Morning. How's everybody today? Oh, good on that end. Today should be an interesting day. So I would say share. I was actually like, my girlfriend said to me, what's going on tomorrow? And I was like, oh. And then I went and looked again, and I don't know why I missed that. But today is Troy Maxwell. I miss everything, of course. Today is Troy Maxwell, and now that's the Brenda narrative. He's the officer responding to the call. So I have his notes and his statement below, and everything to me jives whenever I read his interview here. I'm currently reading it again, except for one thing, which is the 2011 bulletin intelligence. Now, I suspect they're going to go after him pretty heavy and say, oh, it was, you just didn't do it and stuff like you mislabeled it. And he retired, by the way. 2021. So I think he probably ran down his he probably went out on sick leave and then retired. But I think he will shed more light, right? So important. It's not going to be women, femicide stuff. It's going to be actually about the narrative. And so please do share. And also they're going to be discussing the finances. Jessica Davis and finances. Jessica Davis, FinTrack, CIBC, of course. How's it going, Jessica? Morning to you. Nova Scotia grown. DVD, no. A little bit of rain up in Burt. That's a bummer. It's a rainy day down there. JJ with a new photo. Hello, JJ. Great to have you back. I'm back to give support and feedback. Was you read the statement, right? That kind of smashed the mortgage nonsense with Glenn. Is that correct? Please refresh my memory. Brother Paul, Jesus Christ. I'm right in the house with you, brother. Morning to you. Hope everything's good on your end. I know things are tough. Brenda, good morning. Mark, Brickleberry, Peter waving from Niagara Peninsula, Grampy's garage. Do we have a Granny's garage or something, I think, too? Morning to Grampy. Pioneer driver, Chris Lee. Leah. Is it Leah or Lee or... I never can get that one. My apologies. Listening while recovering from surgery. Special prayers. Wishing for a speedy recovery. Please send well wishes to Leah. Lee. JJ sending good wishes to her. Blue Nose, Lily Bomb. Good morning. Oh dear. Kelly Blair, good morning. Good to have you with us. Jeannie, good morning. Our official timekeeper, Julia Rock, is in the house. If I thought Lisa's family, what is with the Gab? I think I've missed the Gab bus. Everybody's on Gab now. I missed the new naming. Nancy, good morning. Reviewed Neil Wortman's statement and photocopied letter. Yes, there's definitely divisiveness in that family. Wow. So yesterday I kind of just shut down the stream and went through over there because that's just a bunch of bunk. Christine, good morning. Leah. Okay, thank you. I don't think anybody else probably has a problem with the pronunciation. Myself, I do, of course. Leah, my apologies. Glow Watcher. There's a lot more trolls, mask casualty discussion groups. Oh yeah, the glow is coming out for sure. Well, let me make sure I've got the stream lined up here, so we're good to go. So John and Nancy Hudson's statements I ran through yesterday, read them, and they're an interesting read because certainly not what was portrayed in the media. You know, they sew it all together. Brenda exaggerates stuff, and they are pretty quick to speak about what is hearsay versus what is not. Seems pretty reliable, I would say. So, so far, I'm not seeing anything supportive, really, of the abuse call. And, of course, now we're going to deal with the other side of this. Glenn's statement, I have not read. So that will be, I know somebody in here did read it. Perhaps they can bring us up to speed a little bit on what Glenn was saying in respect to, I'm sure actually lots of you did. Just Seamus did. Yeah. Because I read odd things. Oh, what am I doing here? Oh, I don't want that. I want to do share. Share. Webcast. I believe this is it. There we go. Yesy, good morning. Good morning, Nosy Scotian, Todd Flanders. Yeah, so the glow is all about. Glow, when I say glow, I don't, I just assume everybody kind of understands what I'm talking about. Glow, I'm talking about intelligence. And intelligence has been massively sewn into this one since the beginning. So yes, the glow is certainly out and about. Facebook, they've been in there for a long time. In the Discord, in the chat here. Oh, they're all around. Busy. This is why we're upwards of 100 million. A lot of people involved in this stuff. Got big stuff to cover. I don't know exactly what, but we're getting closer. Yesy, good morning. We learned we are a pro-abuse group. Well, we have a lot of female watchers, so that would be difficult, but I have come up with the correct name of the inquiry. Domestic Violence Inquiry. But it's not an inquiry. Brought to you by the MCC. I suppose, though, it is all a misnomer to begin with. So, yes, I believe Julia or JJ read Glenn's statement. All trolls, so perhaps they can, JJ wrote it. I don't know who, because I know the Glenn thing kind of went out the window. Or the business about the mortgage. Somebody read something about the mortgage. I remember that in the notes the other day when we were running through statements. And they're like, no, it was all paid back right away. So the only thing that I had an issue with, now back to Maxwell. The only thing that I've had an issue with so far, is this 2011 bulletin. But we'll see. Everything else matches up. His notes, the way he takes notes is the proper way.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure that your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
Of course, we don't have McIsaac's notes, which are interesting, or an interview. And swear out an affidavit on this one. There we go. Brenda, I think, gone. Abuse narrative, really gone. I reviewed Neil, JJ says. Okay. I read Glenn. Who is it that somebody came up with that about the narrative, the mortgage stuff, and the payment? Gabe left Glenn's deed, but took it off when Glenn was selling, and Gabe wanted $70K. Said you're getting nothing. Okay, that's according to Glenn. Glenn and Neil are the ones that are the sides here on that family. Dump on Paul. Support abuse narrative in there. Okay. Nikki Lewis, good morning. Good morning. Freckles. Hello. According to Glenn. Somebody came across that, and now it's bugging me because I need to put that final piece in. On paying back the debt within, what was it? I can't remember. There was actually a specific number of how many days it was. Leanne B, and then the same person. Okay, well, here we go. See, I would say that there are certain people, and you guys are all very perceptive, the glow. They come in, they dump on people, tell you to go away. They were also the same rah, rah, rah right at the beginning. RCMP, great. Yeah, okay. And then dumping all over everybody, and they kind of would, this is the way they do things. They get a few of them, the glow, and then they hammer somebody until they feel like they're being bullied and go away. Words, ouch. Rumors, ouch. Go away.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald.
Why do I have no sound?
Commissioner Leanne Fitt.
Something happening here. Okay.
Bonjour and bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. During proceedings yesterday, we heard a roundtable discussion about the connections between mass casualties, intimate partner violence, and gender-based violence and family violence. These broad discussions assist us in exploring issues related to the mass casualty. Today, Commission Counsel will present a foundational document focused on the perpetrator's financial misdealings. Together with the foundational documents presented last week, this will build on our understanding of the perpetrator's actions in the lead up to the mass casualty. You will recall that last week we also heard from former Portapique resident witness Brenda Forbes, who spoke about her recollections of the perpetrator's violent behavior and her complaint lodged with the RCMP. Later today, Constable Troy Maxwell will join us to provide his recollections of the complainant from Ms. Forbes. I will now ask Commission Counsel Ronke Akinyemi to present today's foundational document. Ronke?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ronke Akinyemi, and my task today is to introduce the foundational document on the perpetrator's financial misdealings. Madam Registrar, may I ask that this foundational document please be marked as an exhibit?
That's Exhibit 3533.
Thank you. May I also ask that all source documents attached to this foundational document be marked as exhibits, please?
So exhibited.
Thank you. The presentations last week explored the role of violence in the perpetrator's life, both his experience of violence as well as the ways in which he moved about the world, acting in violent, aggressive, and intimidating ways in his interactions with other people prior to the mass casualty. You may recall that during the presentation on violence in the perpetrator's family of origin, one witness said that growing up, the perpetrator was taught by his father that committing a crime isn't bad. Getting caught is what's bad. The information being presented today about the perpetrator's financial dealings appears to demonstrate some of that same attitude. Today's presentation on the perpetrator's financial history is the last in this series of 4 foundational documents which provide a backward-looking contextual lens into the perpetrator's background in service of the Commission's broad mandate to investigate the causes, context, and circumstances giving rise to the mass casualty. From the beginning of its work, the Commission recognized that it was important to understand the perpetrator's financial history and how it may or may not have factored into the mass casualty. This is because the perpetrator's financial history, particularly his financial misdealings, are relevant to the Commission's mandate on a broad range of issues, including his criminal or manipulative behavior in victimizing others, potential financial crimes committed by the perpetrator, sources of the perpetrator's wealth, which in turn is relevant to his ability to amass the resources required to commit the mass casualty, as well as the impact of the pandemic on the perpetrator's financial situation, which in turn is relevant to his mental state at the time of the mass casualty. The foundational document summarizes information presently available to the Commission with respect to the perpetrator's financial misdealings. Like all foundational document presentations, this presentation is an overview, and there is a great deal of further information contained in the document. Like the Financial Misdealings Foundational document, the presentation today summarizes a complicated and disjointed collection of information on the subject. This is because the perpetrator's illicit financial activity occurred in various areas of his life. And although there are some connections between some of these areas, others are isolated instances of misdealing. There are 7 topics that will be discussed during this presentation, which you will hear about in the following order. First, the perpetrator's earnings as a denturist. Second, an illegal immigration scheme the perpetrator discussed with a lawyer friend. Third, evidence related to assets the perpetrator inherited from his close friend, Tom Evans. Fourth, the perpetrator's associated corporations, first Northumberland Investments, and then Berkshire Broman. Fifth, the $475,000 CIBC withdrawal the perpetrator made in the weeks preceding the mass casualty. Sixth, cash located by the RCMP after the mass casualty. And finally, this presentation will discuss rumors about drug dealing, money laundering, and organized crime. Before discussing these matters, it is important to first provide some context. What you see on the slide is a snapshot of the perpetrator's financial holdings at the time of his death. The perpetrator worked as a denturist at Atlantic Denture Clinic. He held accounts at a number of financial institutions across the country, as well as in the United States. He was the sole shareholder of 3 corporations: Atlantic Denture Clinic, Berkshire Broman, and Northumberland Investments. He also had several properties which he either owned personally or via one of his corporations in both Portapique and Dartmouth, and close to $750,000 cash in hand at the time of his death. I will now talk about the sources of information contained in the foundational document. As part of its investigation, the RCMP obtained records from some financial institutions used by the perpetrator, Lisa Banfield, and 2 of his corporations, Northumberland Investments and Atlantic Denture Clinic. These records ranged in time, but all fell within the period of December 31st, 2017 and April 30th, 2020. The RCMP provided these records to the Forensic Accounting and Management Group and directed them to review and summarize the records in a report. The perpetrator's bookkeeper also provided the Forensic Accounting and Management Group with relevant tax records from the period of 2013 to 2019. Additionally, the Commission subpoenaed and reviewed relevant records from a range of sources, including the Denturist Licensing Board, the perpetrator's estate, the RCMP, and a number of financial institutions. The Commission also retained Dwayne King as its lead financial investigator. Mr. King has several years of expertise in financial crimes and forensic accounting. Some of Mr. King's observations about the perpetrator's financial history are discussed later on in this presentation. As I said, the perpetrator's financial history touches on a range of issues within the Commission's mandate. However, as its independent investigation progressed, the Commission made necessary decisions prioritizing the avenues of investigation central to the mandate. Consequently, there will be questions about the perpetrator's financial history that remain unanswered. It is important to recognize that, in addition to unanswered questions, there are also unanswerable questions, and there are at least 2 reasons for this. First, the nature of misdealing generally, financial or otherwise, does not typically lend itself well to an accurate paper trail. As such, documents that might help explain some curious aspects of the perpetrator's historical financial activity do not exist. Records authored by the perpetrator and located after the mass casualty pertaining to some of his financial affairs invite more questions than they bring answers. Second, Given the passage of time, some data, such as historic banking records, are no longer available. The goal of this presentation and the foundational document is to provide an understanding of what it is possible to know today about the perpetrator's acquisition of wealth. While we may not have all of the information, it is obvious that there is a clear pattern of misdealing. And this brings me to the first topic in this presentation, which discusses finances related to the perpetrator as a denturist. The perpetrator worked as a denturist from 1998 until his death. He owned Atlantic Denture Clinic, which had 2 locations, one in Dartmouth at the bottom floor of his residence, and a second location he rented in Halifax. Atlantic Denture employed the perpetrator and Miss Banfield. It is unclear exactly how much the perpetrator earned as a denturist. There are 2 reasons for this. First, Atlantic Denture Clinic did not keep accurate and complete records of their earnings. The second and related reason is that many patients paid for denture services in cash or by checks payable to the perpetrator in his name rather than to the name of the business. However, data from external sources help demonstrate at least part of the money the perpetrator earned at Atlantic Denture Clinic. The perpetrator obviously underreported his income. For example, between 2015 and 2020, the Nova Scotia Department of Community Services paid Atlantic Denture Clinic approximately $434,000 in relation to denturist services provided to patients receiving provincial income assistance and those in the disability support program. However, the perpetrator's total declared income for the years between 2015 and 2019 was $200,000. This is less than half of the money he received from just the Department of Community Services alone during the same period. Lisa Banfield told the commission that the perpetrator made good money as a denturist, but wasn't claiming what he actually made, and that to her knowledge, the perpetrator did not have other sources of income aside from the denture business. The Denturist Licensing Board of Nova Scotia oversees the conduct of denturists in the province. In 2005, the board investigated the perpetrator for professional misconduct. This investigation was based on patient complaints as well as concerns that the perpetrator was improperly or fraudulently billing. The perpetrator would bill an insurance provider the full amount of his fee, but only charge patients the amount covered by the insurance company. The perpetrator would not charge patients the copay required by insurance companies. 2 insurance companies told the board that the perpetrator's practice of billing insurance companies for more than he actually earned on the service was contrary to their policies and could constitute insurance fraud. During the board's investigation, the perpetrator claimed that he was unaware that his practice of submitting claims to insurers in this manner was wrong. He entered a settlement agreement with the board, admitting the allegations against him. He was reprimanded and directed to pay the costs associated with the investigation. This section deals with evidence related to an immigration scheme that the perpetrator and his lawyer friend discussed for many months in 2019. The Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program was a federal government program which set out a process for businesses to sponsor qualified foreign candidates for a year period to work in jobs that had not been filled locally. How it worked was that after the end of the one-year period working at the sponsor's business, candidates were eligible to receive permanent resident status in Canada. Over the course of several months in 2019, the perpetrator and a friend, a lawyer in Ontario, discussed a scheme to take advantage of people seeking to immigrate to Canada and illegally exploit the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program to do so. The perpetrator and his friend told potential candidates that it was necessary to pay them an administration fee of $40,000 as well as prepay a year's salary to Atlantic Denture Clinic. In return, Atlantic Denture would make them an employee for the year through the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program. The Commission has not found further evidence of the perpetrator or his friend taking further steps to pursue this illegal plan after December 2019, or that anyone was actually brought into the country under their sponsorship. This next section of the presentation discusses evidence about Tom Evans's estate. The perpetrator was friends with Tom Evans, a lawyer in Fredericton, New Brunswick, for several decades. The perpetrator met Mr. Evans while he was at the University of New Brunswick and remained friends with him until Mr. Evans died on November 5th, 2009. A will was found among the perpetrator's belongings after the mass casualty, which appears to be signed by Tom Evans. In this will, Mr. Evans left everything he owned to the perpetrator as his sole beneficiary. The perpetrator was also named as the executor of Mr. Evans's estate, and this means he was in charge of preparing an inventory of the estates, settling any debts of the estate prior to distributing the remaining assets to himself. In an affidavit, the perpetrator swore that Mr. Evans had no assets of any real value. Because Mr. Evans's will did not go through the probate process, there are no records available with respect to the full content or value of Mr. Evans's estate. As mentioned, the perpetrator's position was that Mr. Evans's estate had no assets of any real value. But this is inconsistent with what a number of witnesses who knew the perpetrator told the RCMP after the mass casualty, which was that the perpetrator benefited financially from being Mr. Evans's sole beneficiary. Aside from these recollections, there are 3 pieces of information that show that there was, at the very least, tens of thousands of dollars the perpetrator inherited from Mr. Evans. The first piece of evidence is money received from the estate of Tom Evans's mother. Tom Evans's mother's estate was unsettled at the time of his death, and so his share passed to the perpetrator as his beneficiary. After her estate was settled, the perpetrator received approximately $26,000, which represents Tom Evans's share of his mother's estate. The second piece of information is that Lisa Banfield told the commission that after Tom Evans died, she and the perpetrator went to Fredericton to deal with his estate, and that Mr. Evans had a safety deposit box in the bank containing either $20,000 or $40,000 in cash. Thirdly, Tom Evans was connected to 2 properties in Fredericton, New Brunswick, owned by Northumberland Investments. The perpetrator sold these properties after Tom Evans died. The relationship between Tom Evans, the perpetrator, and the 2 properties in Fredericton owned by Northumberland is complicated. To help explain this, I will now turn to a discussion of Northumberland Investments. As you will see, the perpetrator was involved in a lot of activity concerning Northumberland shortly after Tom Evans died. Tom Evans and a woman named Sybil Rennie incorporated Northumberland Investments in 1984 and were its original directors. After Tom Evans died, the perpetrator claimed in court documents that he was the sole shareholder of Northumberland because he had purchased all of the company's shares from Sybil Rennie in August 1996 for $100. Corporate records filed in 2001 state that Ms. Rennie ceased to be a director of the corporation and that the perpetrator and a woman named Kathleen Gebkenjins were the new directors, effective a day after the perpetrator allegedly bought all of the company's shares from Ms. Rennie in August 1996. However, 11 days after Tom Evans died, Ms. Gebkenjins appears to have signed a document giving the perpetrator a general power of attorney over Northumberland. In a news article after the mass casualty, an unnamed woman who served as the director of Northumberland and whom the commission believes to be Ms. Gebkenjins said that she believes the perpetrator got hold of the 2 properties owned by Northumberland and sold them by tricking her. In 1984, Northumberland Investments, through Mr. Evans and Ms. Rennie, as the directors of the time, purchased an apartment building located at 345 Northumberland Street in Fredericton for $88,000. In July 1997, the company purchased the adjacent building, 175 Aberdeen Street, for approximately $125,000. The perpetrator was a director of Northumberland in July 1997 and signed a $100,000 mortgage on behalf of the company for 175 Aberdeen Street. A little over a month after Mr. Evans died, the perpetrator, in his capacity as director of the company, entered into purchase and sale agreements between Northumberland Investments and a purchaser for these 2 buildings. On February 23, 2010, the perpetrator claimed in court documents that Mr. Evans did not own any of the assets of Northumberland, including these 2 buildings. The perpetrator's claim that he was the beneficial owner of Northumberland Investments after having purchased all the shares from Ms. Rennie in 1996 for $100 is inconsistent with what a number of witnesses told the RCMP and the Commission about how the perpetrator acquired these properties. A number of witnesses said that the perpetrator had inherited these properties from Mr. Evans upon his death. The Commission has not found any explanation for why the shares of a company, which at that time owned 345 Northumberland Street, which was purchased for $88,000, would have been sold to the perpetrator for only $100. The sale of 345 Northumberland Street.
La vente de l'immeuble situé, les deux immeubles situés au 345 Northumberland et 175 Aberdeen.
In either August or September of 2010, Northumberland's bank account received a wire transfer for $78,000 from the trust account of a law office as the net
reçu
of the sale of 175 Aberdeen Street. The perpetrator
L'auteur a déposé aussi un chèque pour un montant d'environ $154 000 du même
presumably paid out in relation to the sale of 345 Northumberland Street. The perpetrator then withdrew these funds, which were a little over $232,000, via bank drafts he made payable to himself. Also, in August of 2010, the perpetrator made 2 cash deposits into Northumberland's bank accounts, which totaled $200,000. He then immediately withdrew these funds from the account via a bank draft also payable to himself. The Commission cannot trace with certainty the source of the $200,000 cash deposits. As opposed to known deposits, where the payor can be identified, at least to some degree, the source of cash deposited in a bank account cannot be known by simply reviewing banking records. Additionally, it is unclear which of the perpetrator's accounts, either of the $232,000 bank drafts or the $200,000 bank drafts were paid into, as the perpetrator's banking records for 2010 are no longer available. The Commission does not have an explanation for why the perpetrator was making such significant deposits into Northumberland's account and shortly thereafter withdrawing the corresponding amount to himself. So I've talked about Atlantic Denture Clinic, the perpetrator's denturist clinic. I've also talked about Northumberland, a company connected to Tom Evans, and 2 properties in Fredericton the perpetrator sold. I now move to the final corporation known to the Commission as associated with the perpetrator, Berkshire Broman. Berkshire Broman was incorporated in New Brunswick in June 2008. An individual named Kipling Mackenzie was identified as the president of the corporation and the sole incorporator. There is no mention of the perpetrator in this company's articles of incorporation. The perpetrator registered several vehicles in Berkshire Broman's name, including 3 decommissioned RCMP Ford Tauruses, which were purchased between March and August 2019. The Commission made efforts to review banking records of Berkshire Broman, but has not been able to locate these records. The Commission believes that Berkshire Broman likely did not have any bank accounts. As I said, Kipling McKenzie was identified as Berkshire Broman's president and incorporator. Mr. McKenzie knew the perpetrator through Tom Evans, from whom he used to rent a room in Fredericton and for whom he also did some work. Mr. McKenzie told the RCMP after the mass casualty that he helped obtain cocaine and cannabis for the perpetrator, Mr. Evans, and their friends. He also told the RCMP that the perpetrator and Mr. Evans were sneaky and asked him to sign papers for a post office box and some kind of company called Berkshire Broman in approximately 2005. Mr. McKenzie also told the RCMP that in subsequent years he would sign additional papers in exchange for the perpetrator purchasing him beer. Mr. McKenzie said he did not know the purpose of the post office box, but assumed it was definitely something illegal. During his interview with the RCMP, Mr. McKenzie was shown Berkshire Broman's articles of incorporation. He confirmed that his signature was on the document, but stated that he did not know who wrote the other information on the form. A document found in the perpetrator's belongings, titled Transfer of Shares, dated November 10, 2009, 5 days after Tom Evans died, states that Kipling McKenzie transfers all his shares in the company to the perpetrator and resigns as a director. This document was unsigned, but there is a line for Mr. McKenzie's signature. The following sections will discuss the $475,000 large cash withdrawal the perpetrator requested from CIBC in the weeks preceding the mass casualty. This diagram summarizes the sources of the $475,000. $75,000 was transferred from an investment account into a line of credit and then transferred into a general business account. The perpetrator also redeemed 4 GICs worth $100,000 each early, forfeiting a little over $16,000 in interest by doing so. The original source or sources of the $400,000 initial GIC investments is not known. Numerous witnesses described how the perpetrator was motivated to withdraw the money because he was concerned that the banks would collapse as a result of the pandemic and that his money was not safe in the bank. The perpetrator's request for $475,000 had to pass through CIBC's internal approval process because of the large amount of cash involved. CIBC's processes included speaking with the perpetrator to assess whether he was at risk of being defrauded or victimized, as well as ensuring that the cash would be transferred in a safe and secure manner. Numerous CIBC employees who interacted with the perpetrator in relation to his withdrawal request recalled that the perpetrator was angry and aggressive in his dealings with them and was frustrated about CIBC's processes, which he felt were delay tactics. A CIBC representative told the commission that the decision to go through Brinks was because of the amount of cash involved and needing to ensure the safety of the bank's clients and employees. The representative also said that prior to the perpetrator's request, the same Brinks procedure had been used in the past to facilitate a large cash withdrawal for a client in Calgary. When the perpetrator arrived at the Brinks facility in Dartmouth on March 30th, 2020 to pick up his cash, the branch manager performed a security verification confirming the perpetrator's identity and vehicle information against information he had received from CIBC. Soon after the mass casualty, there was speculation that the perpetrator may have been an RCMP informant. This speculation was largely driven by the fact of his March withdrawal of $475,000. The Commission has no evidence that the perpetrator was an RCMP informant. As discussed earlier on in the presentation, the source of the $475,000 was the early redemption of $400,000 in GICs, as well as $75,000 in investments. In June 2020, the RCMP told a media source that the RCMP was not the source of the $475,000, as had been assumed in some media articles at that time. In October 2021, the RCMP wrote a letter to the Commission stating that the perpetrator was never a confidential informant nor a civilian police agent for the RCMP. The Commission's lead financial investigator, Dwayne King, said that cash is used by law enforcement for the payment of confidential informants because of its anonymous nature. Mr. King explained that law enforcement ensures that an informant's confidentiality is maintained. The perpetrator had to present government identification at both CIBC and Brinks prior to the receipt of this cash, and he also had to attend a facility where he was subject to video surveillance. This is not typical of how confidential informants receive cash from law enforcement, as this would compromise their confidentiality. Additionally, Ms. Banfield told the Commission that she had no knowledge of the perpetrator being a confidential RCMP informant. This part of the presentation focuses on cash located by the RCMP after the mass casualty. After the mass casualty, the RCMP located a metal ammunition container at the perpetrator's cottage in Portapique, hidden below the ground in a crawl space under the deck. The ammunition container had bundles of cash, which the RCMP counted and determined was $705,000 in total. Most of the money was in bank stamp bands wrapped in foil. This slide provides the Commission's best understanding of the sources of the $705,000 located at the perpetrator's cottage. There are at least 3 sources of this cash. First, numerous bundles of the cash located in the ammunition container were wrapped in CIBC paper bands dated March 26, 2020, which suggests that at least part of the March withdrawal was buried in the ammunition container. Further, Ms. Banfield told the Commission that all of the $475,000 was buried in the ammunition can because after receiving the money from Brinks, the perpetrator drove back to Portapique, and combined this amount with money he had previously hidden around his properties. Ms. Banfield told the commission that it was normal in their relationship for the perpetrator to have large bundles of bank-stamped money, and recalled that at one point the perpetrator had over $200,000 at their home in Dartmouth. So, the second source of the $705,000 is money previously hidden around the perpetrator's properties. Thirdly, Ms. Banfield told the commission that some of the cash with the brown bands that are bank stamped was money the perpetrator received from Tom Evans's estate, presumably the $20,000 or $40,000 Ms. Banfield estimated that he collected from Tom Evans's security deposit box. After the mass casualty, the RCMP photographed the remnants of burned Canadian currency located in the trunk of the perpetrator's replica RCMP cruiser. The Commission's lead financial investigator, Dwayne King, reviewed photographs of the burned cash, and he estimated that there was approximately $20,000 in burned cash recovered, which included bundles of $100 notes that were severely damaged by the fire. Some photographs of the burned cash are on the slide. The Attorney General of Canada advised the Commission that the perpetrator's clinic and home in Dartmouth were searched for cash by the RCMP after the mass casualty, and that no further cash was located. Following the mass casualty, allegations arose that the perpetrator engaged in various financial crimes. During the course of the Commission's investigations, questions about the perpetrator's finances, including speculation about his involvement in drug trafficking, money laundering, and organized crime, have been explored at length. The Commission subpoenaed records from various law enforcement agencies in Nova Scotia, which covered, among other things, any confidential tips received about the perpetrator. The Commission also addressed these rumors during interviews with numerous witnesses. Several witnesses recounted that the perpetrator smuggled cigarettes across the border decades ago while he was a student at the University of New Brunswick. The perpetrator appeared to be proud of this. The Commission has no evidence that the perpetrator continued to smuggle cigarettes illegally after leaving university. The perpetrator and Lisa Banfield traveled to Punta Cana in Dominican Republic for vacation quite often. She recalled that during these trips, she and the perpetrator would often be apart. During an interview with the Commission, Ms. Banfield was asked about drug trafficking on these trips. Ms. Banfield told the Commission that she did not see any evidence of the perpetrator trafficking drugs during these trips. For example, she did not observe him carrying packages or large quantities of cash across the border, and she always packed her own bag. The nature of the perpetrator's relationship with Ms. Banfield was such that he hid a number of things from her, and the couple also spent considerable time apart. Nonetheless, throughout their 19-year relationship, Ms. Banfield reported that she never saw drugs, drug paraphernalia, or anything to suggest that the perpetrator was involved in drug trafficking, money laundering, or organized crime. At present, the only document linking the perpetrator to drug trafficking that the Commission has discovered during the course of its investigation is a printed Via Rail boarding pass in the perpetrator's name dated September 20th, 2018. This boarding pass was found among the perpetrator's belongings in Dartmouth. On the back page of the boarding pass, which is shown on the slide, are handwritten notes which appear to be a price list referencing various strains of cannabis. In her interview with the Commission, Ms. Banfield confirmed that it was the perpetrator's writing on the boarding pass, but stated that she had not seen this writing before and did not understand what it was about. She had also never seen any other documents containing drug lists before. Based on its investigation thus far, the Commission has no basis upon which to conclude that the perpetrator was involved with the purchase or sale of drugs, money laundering, or organized crime. This concludes the presentation of the foundational document about the perpetrator's financial misdealings. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Akinyemi. Ms. Hill? Yes. We need a couple of minutes to change the platform, and I will call on you, Ms. Hill. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. So you just don't even go into the officers on Berkshire Broman. You have no bank records of anything, of course, because banks destroy shit. You have some doodle list. I can make it too. Does that make me a star? Here's some evidence for you. Here. And I got a picture of some burnt cash. What a bunch of bullshit. How about all the records? How about the company titles under Clayfield? Where's Clayfield? Lisa's on these things. She admitted it in her interviews. They don't want to go into any of the officers, shareholders in the company. Durr! That's the clue. All a bunch of shit. There's no evidence that he did smuggle cigarettes. You can't say, oh, yeah, there's no evidence he was doing. Like, you have no evidence. Bring it. If you've got it, bring it. How come his wife says the exact opposite thing, his ex-wife?
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Derp.
Commissioners, there's just a bit of housekeeping to take care of. We'd like to mark a number of exhibits, a number of documents as exhibits. These have been provided to the participants. The first the first is a policy document on violence and the related source material. The next is the legislative brief on violence and the source material. There are a number of documents related to the roundtable that will be scheduled for tomorrow, and a number of documents related to the roundtable scheduled for July 21st. There are also just a handful of documents related to a roundtable that was held on July 14th, and as well some documents related to the roundtable that was held on July 18th. So as I say, all those COM numbers have been provided to participants and to Madam Registrar.
So exhibited.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we would like to hear from Constable Troy Maxwell, who I see has joined us virtually. Good morning, Constable Maxwell. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. Madam Registrar, if Constable Maxwell could be sworn, please.
Constable Maxwell, just place your right hand on the Bible, please. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Constable Maxwell, thank you for joining us. If there's any point today where you have any trouble hearing or seeing something that we're referring to, please speak up and we can make sure that you're able to fully participate.
Absolutely.
And just so that you're aware, there is some information that is already available in the record. So the commission does already have a copy of the interview that you did with the commission, as well as a copy of your notes. So those are already exhibits in our proceedings. I will bring them up, but I wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay, thank you. My tie is screwed up.
It's distracting when you can see yourself.
Yes.
We're primarily going to be speaking today about a report that you were involved in that dates back to 2013. But before we get there, I just want to ask a few questions about your background.
Sure.
I understand that you joined the RCMP in the year 2000,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were first posted in Port Hawkesbury in Cape Breton.
Yes, ma'am. I was there for approximately 5 years. And
Now-
from there, sorry.
You go ahead.
From there, I was posted to Wakaba First Nations. From there, I went to Enfield. And from Enfield Detachment, I went to Bible Hill.
And I understand you worked at Bible Hill until you retired in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
The commission has heard from a witness named Brenda Forbes that she made a report to the RCMP about the perpetrator in the summer of 2013. And I will want to ask you some questions about this, but first I want to ask you some questions about the time following the mass casualty in 2020. So first, immediately following the mass casualty that occurred on April 18th, 19th, 2020, did you recall at that time that you had once received a report about the perpetrator?
Yes.
And what did you do anything with that information or report that to anybody?
I think that members asked me if I had any notes in regards to the event. I went, looked and found my notes from 2013, and I provided that to the Bible Hill Detachment. They spoke to me in regards to the incident, and I advised them of my actions on that date, and yeah, that was it.
All right. So just to ask you a few questions about what you've just said. Maybe it would be helpful, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up the foundational document, which is entitled The Perpetrator's Violence Toward His Common Law Spouse. It's Exhibit 3437 at page 49. So I think I'm just going to read this, Constable Maxwell, and make sure that this is a document that's produced by the Mass Casualty Commission, and it outlines some information that you have already spoken about, but I just want to make sure that I've got your evidence clearly. Paragraph 175 says, on May 23rd, 2020, in a task action report pertaining to Brenda Forbes' media articles, Constable Sean Stanton reported that, quote, after exhaustive queries, the occurrence from 2013 that Ms. Forbes discusses reporting has still not been located in any police databank, close quotes. As a next step in the investigation, in early June 2020, the RCMP requested the notes of all members who were working in the Bible Hill detachment between the period of June and July 2013, in which Brenda Forbes stated she spoke with the RCMP members about the perpetrator's domestic abuse. Constable Troy Maxwell provided the RCMP with 1 page of handwritten notes, and then it sets out what your notes say, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Thanks, Madam Registrar. So is that correct in terms of how you sort of came to locate your notes and make them available?
Yes, ma'am.
And, oh, go ahead.
No, I just don't know where I'm looking sometimes.
Okay. Now, according to some notes that we've seen that were taken by Sergeant Angela McKay, dated June 3rd, 2020, that suggests that that was the day you brought your notebooks in to be photocopied at the Bible Hill detachment. Does that accord with your memory?
Sure. I don't know the exact date, but I remember going in and providing the notes.
And the RCMP didn't do a formal recorded interview with you at that time, is that right?
No, ma'am.
So I'd now like to ask you some questions about what you recall about that report that came from Brenda Forbes. Events happened 9 years ago. So let me just begin by saying, do you have a recollection today of investigating a report from somebody named Brenda Forbes?
I don't necessarily remember the name Brenda Forbes, but I do remember responding to a complaint out in Portapic. It was, for us, it was a first instance file of somebody driving around the neighborhood being belligerent towards people. So a first instance file for us is something that it can be concluded in the first instance. So if I'm going to do anything with a first instance file, especially with somebody that is a driving complaint or somebody being belligerent towards people, the very first thing that we do is respond, because we have to get there to see the event. I have to see his driving. I have to be able to, express in my words what his driving is like, because what somebody's words of driving in a unruly manner to somebody is completely different to a police officer. So it's my job to be able to get up and explain to a judge or anybody else what the driving or what his actions would be. So we responded. I remember going to his residence to advise him of a complaint that was made against him. I remember there being nobody at home at his residence. In my recollection, I can remember there being 2 or 3 vehicles in his yard. One seemed to be an older vehicle that was like off to the left that had some damage to it or something. There was a vehicle backed in, another vehicle behind that. I remember it being, there was lights on in his house. So I remember it being duskish, like around dusk when we arrived. We didn't make contact with anybody at the residence. I remember there was a little bungalow off to the right of his house that had a back porch light on. So I do remember it being kind of like, you know, in the evening at dusk. I remember going to the home. I remember us knocking on the door and us leaving. I believe I located a phone number for the subject of my complaint. I would have placed a phone call to that individual. I would have either left a message on his answering machine or spoke with him in regards to the complaint, because that's part of my job. And the last part of my job at that point in time would have been to advise the complainant of our actions.
Okay. So in terms of what you've just told me, I'm going to kind of break that down a little bit. So first of all, let me ask you what, if you recall, how you first became aware of this complaint.
Well, I think what people need to understand is the complaint goes into our OCC section, which is our dispatch. They're the people that actually take the complaint. They are the ones that send us what the complaint is on our mobile workstations, which is a inboard computer on our police cars. So we'll have the name of complainant, it will have a blurb about the complaint is, and our job is to be able to respond and deal with that complaint.
So maybe I'll just bring up, we talked about this, you talked about this with commission staff in your interview. So if you could bring up, Madam Registrar, the interview of Troy Maxwell. It's Exhibit 2583 at page 9. So scroll down just a little bit. Thank you. I think this is what you're just talking about, Constable Maxwell. I see there was a note, Wayne Fowler at 2318 says, so the call would have come through your radio. Troy Maxwell, yes. Wayne Fowler, Communications Bureau versus the station. Yes, it would have come through a station, but it would only come through the station. A lot of times what happens is people would call into our office, the office would type up the complaint and send it to the OCC. The OCC would then dispatch it to us. So even if it did come through the office, it would still have to be dispatched through the OCC. And then the question is, and then when a call is dispatched from the OCC, it's recorded as a certain type of call. Troy Maxwell, yes. So we would have received a complaint of causing a disturbance, or, a motor vehicle infraction complaint, or whatever it was, and I would have taken the complaint. I remember me and my buddy, we were in separate police cars, but me and Carl McIsaac, we attended and we dealt with the situation. So, Constable Maxwell, is that correct with regard to your memory today about how you received this dispatch?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say we attended, do I understand that that means that you went to Portapique?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so just in
At
terms
that time, my job is to try and locate him and catch him in the act of committing a motor vehicle infraction and or causing a disturbance with his neighbors.
So in terms of your notes, and maybe we can just bring up those notes, Madam Registrar, the notes of Constable Maxwell, Exhibit 001181. Those are your notes from July 6, 2013. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to understand what is captured in those notes, can you tell from your notes what shift you were working that day?
7 a.m. to, okay. Yeah, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. And can you see what time that call came from dispatch about this report?
No.
Pardon me?
I can't see what time it came in.
Okay. Do you remember what time it came in?
No.
Could we enlarge the note on the screen, please, Madam Register? Thank you.
The notes that were made, you made these notes, Constable Maxwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of what you've told me about, you received a dispatch, then you attended in Portapique, and then I think that you said that you then reported back to Ms. Forbes. When in that sequence would you have made these notes?
Well, how it happens is the file gets dispatched to us. It comes in as an occurrence type. So at that point in time, the very first thing that we do is we call the complaint. We want to know what's going on. We want to know, we want to gather as much information as we can at that point in time. The things that you're going to do because of the RCMP and their data bank is you're going to try to obtain as much information about the complainant, who the complaint is about, their information, and what's going on. After you take your notes, you go and you respond to the complaint. There really wasn't anything to the complaint because we didn't deal with the subject of the complaint at that time. And for us, because we did not locate him in the act of committing an offense, there's really not a whole lot for us to do other than to advise him of the complaint and advise the complainant of our actions. So I would say that what happened is we went, I remember, again, attending his residence and there was nobody home. And so at that point in time, we locate a phone number or we go back to the residence, we will advise him of the complaint. And that's part of the job that I have to do before I can have my file concluded. So it's just a step that you have to do within our job so that we can finish off our files.
So in terms of, again, just making sure I've got the order right, I think you said, so you would have spoken to Ms. Forbes on the telephone before you went to
The first thing that you're
Portapic?
going to do is it's called the complainant, right?
Okay.
And ask what's going on.
So can I just stop you there? So did you call Ms. Forbes? Do you recall if you called Ms. Forbes?
I don't recall, but I would say that I did because that's something that is ingrained in us. That's exactly what you do.
Okay. And do you have a memory today about what Ms. Forbes told you in the phone call?
What I remember responding to was that there was a neighbor of hers in the Portapic area, driving around recklessly and being belligerent towards people in the neighborhood. And that's what we were responding to.
So in terms of the information that you've given the mass casualty in your interview, if we can bring that up, Madam Registrar, the 2583. And page 6, please. So I think the question at the top of the page from Wayne Fowler says, can you tell us what you remember or what you recall about that day? The answer, it says, Troy Maxwell, yes, I remember Ms. Forbes calling and stating there was a gentleman in the neighborhood driving around in an old decommissioned police car. He was tearing around the neighborhood driving in a fast manner or unsafe manner. I remember attending, me and a buddy of mine, Carl McIsaac, and then it goes on to say some of the steps that you took. So just with regard to that statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, that the complaint was about a gentleman in the neighborhood driving around in an old decommissioned police car, tearing around the neighborhood, fast manner, unsafe manner. Can you tell me what you think of that statement? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
That's what you understood the complaint you were responding to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if we can bring up your notes again, 1181, please. Thank you. So if I understand those notes, so the notes on the first 4 lines, are those notes that you would just make it on the beginning of your shift?
Yes.
Okay. And the first name I see there looks to me to be Steve Kirby.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that name mean?
Nothing.
Okay. Do you know who Mr. Kirby is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if it relates to the next name on the page, which is Brenda Leah Forbes?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The only person I've met out of any of those people on that page is Miss Forbes.
And so.
Well, I might have met Mr. Kirby and don't remember, but I don't remember ever meeting him.
Okay. With regard to the information that is in these notes, as it relates to what you've told me so far, which I think is that you would have likely made these notes during a phone conversation with Ms. Forbes to understand the complaint you were receiving. Have I got that
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the first name is that we are speaking about, Brenda Leah Forbes, and then there's an address. Do you know what
Yes,
that
ma'am.
address is?
Her residence?
Okay. And then it looks like there's a phone number.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what that phone number is?
It would have been Miss Forbes' phone number.
Okay. The next is the name Gabriel Wortman and an address 200 Portapic Beach Road, Bass River. Thinking back now, do you know why you would have taken that information down?
Yes, ma'am. He would have been the subject of the complaint.
Okay. I don't see any information in these notes about what the complaint was about. Is that normal for your notes not to have any indication about what the complaint was actually about?
Yes, ma'am, because when the file is dispatched, it comes with a blurb. It tells us what the complaint is. So the information has already been received through the OCC. We don't have to repeat that information. So basically, once the complaint is sent to us on our mobile workstations, you open up your mobile workstation and you receive a complaint. At that point in time, well, I guess if you want, I can go back and kind of tell you a little bit about how usually it works.
Maybe if you don't mind, Constable Maxwell, I will ask you some questions in a little bit about that, the OCC workstation, but I just want to stay with the notes just to make sure that I've got the information. Is that all right?
Okay, so at that time, the very first thing I'm doing, I'm trying to gather as much information I can about this file. You basically, when you're on the road, you take a call, you pull off to the side of the road, you open up your notebook, you make the phone call, you take down as much information as you can. Within the RCMP, we need certain things that when we add entities to our reporting system. So that's the information that you're trying to obtain, and then you're going to go deal with the situation.
So in terms of the notes, if they could be brought back up, please. There's no information there about a make or a model of any sort of vehicle with regard to a driving complaint. Again, is that normal that you wouldn't have recorded that information?
Yes, ma'am, because it would have already been in the complaint. Like he driving around in an unsafe manner and an old police car or an old Crown Vic is something that we would know automatically, because an old Crown Vic is something that we drove until about 2010. So at the beginning of my career, I drove a Crown Vic, so I know exactly what a Crown Vic looks like. So it isn't like I would go looking for a vehicle that I wouldn't know what it would look like.
Okay. The next bit of information that I see on those notes is a name, Glenn Workman, and again, it looks like it says Orchard Beach Estates. Do you know what that name, what information was being captured with that name?
No, ma'am, I have no idea.
Do you have a memory of how that name was related to the complaint you were investigating?
If I'm being honest, I would assume that he would be related to Gabriel Wortman.
Okay. You're making that assumption, but you don't know?
Yes, I have no idea who him or the other person is. Okay. I just would have took that information from the complaint. I would have wrote that down.
Okay. So that information, who would that information have come from?
Ms. Forbes.
Okay. And the next line looks like it says Richard Ellison. Do you have any memory of how that name is related to the complaint you were investigating?
No, ma'am.
Okay. On the side of the notebook in the margin, I see the name Lisa in brackets.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any memory of how that name is related to the complaint you were investigating?
Well, I will tell you that I have no idea why that's written there, but I will tell you that usually what happens is if I'm having a conversation with somebody and somebody tells me something that might be useful, I might put a little blurb up there and then put brackets around so that it will remind me later of of that, but I have no reason. I don't know why it's there, but I definitely wrote it.
So let me make sure I've understood you. You don't have a memory today of why you wrote that word Lisa in brackets,
Yes.
but thinking back to how you took your notes, sometimes you would put things to the side and in brackets if they were important.
Well, your notes are kind of a reflection of what you did. So you have to kind of have that snapshot in time, right? So what you do is you write down things that are going to jog your memory, right? So when you get ready to write a report or whatever, you can look at your notes, refer back to them, and add whatever information you can in. So, I mean, I took those notes 9 years ago. I couldn't tell you exactly why I took those notes, but I can tell you that those notes would have came from Miss Forbes, that information, because I would have wrote them down after that complaint. Sit. Sorry, my dog.
No problem. Okay, thank you for answering those questions about the notes. Now, I think you were wanting to tell me some information about the OCC and information that you might receive from them. So perhaps, Madam Clerk, you could bring up the interview, the commission interview, Exhibit 2583 at page 7.
Down.
And right where it's at the bottom of the page, if you scroll up a bit, the question at 1559 from Wayne Fowler, it says, okay, do you remember doing any checks on Mr. Wortman? And the answer from your interview, it says, Troy Maxwell, back in the day when we would have been doing this, there was a time when we had to do different checks, CPIC checks, those type of things, especially because there was a long rifle registration thing. So we would do CPIC checks to make sure if there were any guns in the home or any registered guns in the home, that type of thing. That was a common practice for us. That's something that the police do. We would a lot of times even check the residence to see how many calls had come into that residence. If there'd been other calls, what we were attending to, whether or not Mr. Wortman or anyone was in the system, to make sure when we arrived there, we were safe, because more than anything, because depending on, you know, where you go, and a lot of times when we're out, it's very far out in the country, a lot of people have guns, a lot of people hunt, those types of things. So for us, it's more of a safety precaution for us and how we would attend, how we would respond, how we would show up at the residence, how we would approach the residence, anything like that. So it sounds from that information that you provided, that it was a fairly common practice to get information from CPIC when you were attending to this kind of complaint, or really any complaint. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. So essentially what happens is a complaint will come in, and we have an OCC office that does a lot of this work for us. So they're looking up the information for us as we're going to a complaint. So generally we will receive a complaint. It's very common for the OCC to run PROS checks, CPIC checks, and those type of things. So we can obtain any type of information going to a call that we can use to know who we're dealing with.
So can you recall that day, whether that was something that was done for you, that OCC would have done a check before you attended in Portapic?
I would say that it is a common thing that happens pretty much with every file.
And just to make sure we're talking about the same thing, CPIC, that stands for Canadian Police Information Center?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to bring up a document that outlines some CPIC checks that have been done. The exhibit number is 1201, and it's page 5. And if in the middle of that page, it's a bit hard to see. I don't know whether it's possible to make it a little bit bigger. There. So in the center of the page, On the very furthest left-hand column, the date 2013-0706, 1057 Wortman, Gabriel. So Constable Maxwell, I see if you continue on that line under the heading, and it's a bit hard to tell, but under the heading remarks, I see your name. It says, I think it says 5B02 Maxwell Troy 293 Porta Pitt, and then it continues.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then under the next column is called agency name, and it says RCMP Provincial OCC.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know if you've seen this kind of printout before, but I understand it to be a printout of checks that were done on CPIC. And I don't know if you can tell us from this document, can you tell whether that was a check that was done by OCC or a check that was done yourself?
I don't know. I've never seen this type of document before, but I would say that it was the OCC that ran the CPIC check for us.
Okay, thanks. And if that's correct, based on your, if I understand, you're not going on a memory of exactly that day, you're going on how things usually worked. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so once OCC did that check, what information would they send to you? If they learned something from their CPIC check, how would they send that to you, and what information would they send to you?
Well, generally what happens is they would run CPIC, PROS, different checks for us. And what they do is they would dispatch it to you. So they would let you know if there was any hits on CPIC. They would let you know if there was any hits on PROS. They would let you know if there was any type of previous calls to that address. Those type of things. So again, we're gathering as much information as we can before we attend a residence. And that's essentially what's going on there.
So would everything that was on CPIC about the perpetrator have been available to OCC? Do you know?
Yes, they would have looked it up on a computer, I would assume.
And they would have shared everything with you?
Yes, ma'am. They would have at least shared with us, especially through PROS. I mean, PROS is going to give you, how many times we've been to the residence. PROS is going to give us any type of complaints that were at that location, the different types of calls that we would be going to. CPIC is going to tell us whether or not an individual has been arrested and charged for something. It's more going to give me information about a person's height, weight, those type of things. It's not going to give me the information that PROS would, for sure.
Okay, so likely that on investigating this complaint, you would have had information from OCC based on their review of what was available at that time on both PROS and CPIC.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have some information that there may have been information added to CPIC in 2010 about a note that this person may be of interest to firearms officer, firearms interest police, that sort of note may have been made on CPIC in 2010. Do you have any knowledge of whether such a note was on CPIC and whether, so you're shaking your head no?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of being advised of that by OCC?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
They could have. Again, for us, it's a very common practice. CPIC is something, it's just a regular check. It's something that gets done with probably 99% of the files. But if there was something like a long gun registry or something like that, where we knew there was firearms in the house or something, that information is definitely relayed to us.
So it was common practice, but you can't recall today if that happened back in 2013.
I would say that happened, but again, we're talking 9 years ago, and it's a routine thing. It's kind of like, it's so common that pretty much every call you go on, you know, that's what happens.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you some questions about that, what you recall about going to Portapique.
Yes, ma'am.
There's some information that perhaps that dispatch came at some point in the morning to you. Do you have any recollection of when you received or when you had that call with Brenda Forbes and made those notes?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But I think you do have a memory about what time of day you went to Portapique.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It was dusk. I remember it being dusk.
Okay. And you traveled with another RCMP officer?
Yes. We were out on working together. My team would be team 3 is what it said in my notes. So I work with a group of individuals that we work together on a regular basis. So we would be out, you know, going to calls together, backing one another up, those type of things. So I was with Constable Maxwell when we attended out in Portapique.
And did you travel together in one car or in 2 different cars?
No, ma'am, we were in 2 different cars.
Okay. And I think you described earlier coming to the residence and seeing 3 cars in the driveway, if I got that right?
If I'm being honest, I know there was 2 or 3 cars. Like I can't remember exactly, but I remember a vehicle being off to the left that was either damaged or something. It was over here, but there was definitely a car backed in and another car behind.
Any recollection about make or model or color of those cars?
I remember the cars being white. Definitely remember the cars being white. Again, I remember, you know, the house had like cedar shakes on it or something. It was a brown color. The lights were on. I remember those type of things. Again, I remember the next door neighbor's house had a back porch light on. I can recall those type of things, but I mean, when you're getting down to minor details from 9 years ago, I mean, that's a little difficult.
Okay. Do you recall how long you were there?
Jeez, no. We would have went out. We would have knocked on the door. We would have waited for a response. If nobody came to the door, we would have left. We would have been on to the next complaint.
Do you recall today whether you attended Portapique more than once in response to this complaint?
I don't really recall being there twice. I definitely remember going with Carl. I don't remember being there twice, but I definitely remember going there with Carl.
And I think you'd said earlier that you'd mentioned about phoning the perpetrator, having a phone number and phoning the perpetrator. And I'm just wanting to know, is that something you remember doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know?
I would have, part of our job is after we, do our actions, we have to advise the subject of our complaint that a complaint was made against them. All right. So part of our job is to make contact with them, advise them of the complaint. I don't believe I even spoke to the perpetrator or anything. I believe I may have left a message on his answering machine to advise him of the complaint. And then my job would have been to speak with the complainant.
In terms of your memory today, do you recall correctly whether it was that you spoke to him or whether you left a message for him?
I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty positive I left a message on his answer machine. I don't remember ever speaking with him personally. So I do know that I made a call to a residence or a number, I believe it was in Dartmouth or Halifax or somewhere. And I I remember leaving a message on, I believe I left a message on his answering machine.
And do you recall today whether he ever phoned you back?
Oh, God, no. I mean, I'm not being ignorant when I say that. I mean, most times, or when you call a complainant and you advise them, you know, a complaint was made against them. We rarely get calls back from people saying like, what do you mean? Am I being charged? Whatever, whatever. Because if that was the case, then we would have charged them, right? So a lot of times in these situations, you call somebody, you let them know that a complaint has been made. And then you go on, you advise the complainant what your actions were, and then your file's going to be concluded from there.
So I want to make sure that I ask you just some clear questions about what you remember about the nature of the complaint. Brenda Forbes says that she told the RCMP officer who she met with, she says she met with an officer in DeBert, that the perpetrator physically assaulted his common law spouse, Lisa Banfield, by choking her while she was down on the ground. Did Brenda Forbes tell you that?
No, ma'am.
She says that she told the RCMP officer who she met with at DeBert about the perpetrator having illegal firearms. Did she tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Brenda Forbes says she told the RCMP officer who she met with at DeBert that this assault was witnessed by Glyn Wortman and Richard Ellison. Do you have a recollection of Brenda Forbes telling you that?
No, ma'am.
She said that she made her initial complaint. Nobody from the RCMP called her back or met with her to tell her what happened. So I'm wondering what you say to the suggestion that Ms. Forbes makes, that no one contacted her in response to what had happened with regard to her complaint.
I would say that's completely false. I actually attended DeBert. I went out there and spoke with the complainant myself personally. I remember going out there because being somebody from the area, I didn't know that the DeBert airfield was still in use. So when I went out there, it was quite kind of cool for me to see that they were actually still using the airfield. I remember speaking to Ms. Forbes in a trailer type of thing that they had out there where her office was located. So I definitely know that I spoke and advised her of what my actions were in the complaint.
And just to make sure that I understand your evidence correctly about the order of events, you received the dispatch, then you attended in Portapique,
Yes.
and then you attended DeBert. Have I got that correctly?
Well, so it wouldn't all have been on the same day, right? I mean, it's not the same day, but we would have attended Portapique. We would have, you know, did our investigation or whatever. Then, you know, at some point in time, I would have made a call to the subject of that complaint to advise him. And then before I can conclude my file, part of my job is to explain to the complainant what we did. And so that has to be documented on the file, right? So that's part of the file that, you know, when your supervisors start looking at different things that need to be done, those are the things that have to be done before you can actually conclude a file.
As best you can recall today, I think you've told me I've got the order right, but that it didn't all happen on the same day. So do you recall whether you went to Portapique on the same day that you received that dispatch?
Absolutely, we would have responded after. Well, if I'm being completely honest, a driving complaint or a cause disturbance, depending on how busy we were that day and depending on what type of files were coming in, I mean, it would take precedent. Something that was, you know, more urgent would take precedent over a speeding vehicle. So generally, when you take a complaint, you try to respond to that complaint as fast as you can. So if I'm making assumptions about who I am and how I used to work, I would say that I would have stopped, I would have written down my notes, I would have went to Portapique, we would have dealt with that situation, then we would have left. And then afterward, you would have done the things that you would have needed to do to conclude your file.
So I just want to make sure I've got your answer to that question about whether you can recall whether you went to Portapic on the same day that you
Yes, I
received
would have
the
went to
complaint.
Portapic that day, yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether it was the next day or several days after, or can you recall when you would have gone to DeBert?
Oh, geez. I would say that it probably would have been within that block. And what I mean by block, it would have been within that set of shifts that I was working. So the way our shift would have worked, we would have been on 5 days on, 4 days off. So those 5 days that I was working, it would have been within those 5 days.
And there's no other notes that you've been able to locate with regard to Miss Forbes or Mr. Wortman. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we don't have notes that tell us exactly what day that happened.
No, ma'am. Because at that point, my files, after I contact the subject of the complaint, my complaint is 90% done. Right. The last thing you got to do is contact the complainant, advise them of that. And then I got to write up my file and put in my reports and then send it off to my corporal. But if you're doing that in the moment, you really don't need notes because you're doing it right in the moment. So if I attended, I could say, oh yeah, I attended and spoke to Miss Forbes on this date at this time, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall when you went to DeBert, whether you went alone or whether you had another RCMP member with you?
I believe I went by myself. I don't recall anybody going to DeBert with me. I recall it being a nice day. And again, I think more than anything, what I remember is the planes. And, I think they had gliders and stuff, I think. And that's kind of like what I remember about that morning. And I remember going to a little trailer type of thing to speak to Miss Forbes in her office.
I want to ask you a little bit about what you said earlier today, that you understood that part of the complaint was that the perpetrator was driving carelessly or fast in decommissioned police cars. I understood you correctly saying that to me earlier today?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the information that's available to the commission so far is that the perpetrator purchased the 4 decommissioned police cars that he had at the time of the mass casualty in 2019. And Brenda Forbes and Lisa Banfield have both said that they didn't think the perpetrator had decommissioned police cars in 2013. And so I just want to check with you about your evidence about that, and if that information affects your answer to that question.
No, ma'am, it doesn't. I recall back in the day, they used to take the old Crown Vics, strip them down, and they would auction them off. And you would always, or you would see people driving around in these old Crown Vics that used to have the RCMP markings or whatever on the sides and whatever, but you could purchase those at auction. Again, I drove a Crown Vic from 2000 to probably 2008, 2009. So I know what a Crown Vic is. And yeah, there was definitely, or in my mind, there was definitely a Crown Vic back in that yard. There was another vehicle behind it, and there was a vehicle off to the side, if my memory's correct, that was damaged. And it was just kind of over here to the left. So Crown Vic was here, there was a car behind it, and there was a car over here. There was a tree actually over here as well. And I can remember that, that's my recollection.
Okay. Jump forward to June 2020, when you brought your notes to be copied at Bible Hill. And we have some notes from Sergeant Angela McKay. And it looks to me like from those notes that you and she had a conversation that day. Do you recall speaking with Sergeant McKay on the day you brought your notes in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we could bring up Exhibit 3443, which are the handwritten notes of Angela McKay dated June 3rd. And just at the top there, you'll see it says Wednesday, June 3rd, 2020, and there's a stamp that says Corporal Angela McKay. So if you go to the next page. Thanks. Now, Constable Maxwell, this is a record of her notes, not your notes. So when I ask you questions about what they say, please tell me what you can remember, not necessary. If it doesn't match what's in these notes, just please tell me that. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to ask you a few aspects of this conversation that she recorded. You'll see at the top it says, there's a name I don't quite know how to pronounce, Cliff Boyman. Berryman.
Yes.
Came to MCU with Troy Maxwell. Troy was contacted by Cliff to request notes from summer of 2013. Troy found notes and came in to copy notes from that time. Troy is open to providing a statement on this to one of the investigators. So in terms of what Angela McKay says you spoke with her about on that date in June 2020, the notes say, and I'll just read out the relevant pieces. I want to ask you first about the conversation with Brenda Forbes. It says, the second bullet point says, speaking to her on phone, did not meet in person, actually did go meet her out where they fly the planes, possibly, I assume, with Carl McIsaac on team at the time, brackets SEP-Vs, which I assume to mean separate vehicles. And so is that what you recall? Is that consistent with what you recall from going to talking to Brenda Forbes?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. I remember going to speaking with Miss Forbes because I remember more than anything her telling me that she was in the military. I believe she was in the Air Force. I believe she informed me that Mr. Wortman was kind of like a bully in the neighborhood. I remember her telling me that it was a quiet kind of neighborhood that had like retired military. There was a few retired military in the area. Again, I remember attending DeBert.
These notes seem to suggest that Corporal McKay, at least, or Sergeant McKay, at least, understood that you might have gone to DeBert with Constable Carl McIsaac.
Yes, it totally could have been true. I don't remember attending there with Carl, but it's totally possible.
Do you remember if you told Angela McKay that?
I don't know. No, I don't know. Like I said, I'm telling, or I've provided a statement that really is off the top of my head. And I'm giving all the information I have from my memory. I would love to provide as much information as possible. And so I can't be 100% sure if Carl was there or not, but I remember attending DeBert for sure. I know I went there.
And I appreciate that, Constable Maxwell. And if there's something I'm asking you about today that you can't recall, that you just tell me that. That's just fine.
Okay.
Yeah. In terms of the nature of the complaint, if I see at the top of, if you could scroll up just a little bit. Sorry, the other way, scroll down perhaps. The first line there says, told him about Wortman being aggressive in neighborhood, nothing criminal. And then scroll down just a little bit. Brenda said, scared of him. And then a couple of lines down, believe it had to do with her, Brenda. And then again, if you could scroll to the next page, the last line of this section. Nothing criminal reported, more bullying and driving fast in the neighborhood. So Constable Maxwell, that's what Sergeant McKay's notes seem to indicate you told her on June 3rd. So in terms of what you recall about the nature of the complaint, is that accurate for your memory today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so do you recall whether that's what you told Sergeant McKay on June 3rd, 2020?
Sure. If she wrote it down, then I believe that. I would have stated what my truth was, yes.
Okay. The notes say at the top of that page that we're looking at, Troy had an impaired at 12:59 or before, went to Wortman'S before impaired, certain. Went to talk to Brenda where they have the gliders, cadets.
Yes, that's in DeBerg.
Right. Prob would have been within that block that went to Wortman'S, prob at night, POS with Kenda Sutherland.
Yes.
Okay. With regard to what those notes indicate, I take from those notes that that Sergeant McKay wrote down that you attended Portapic possibly with Kenda Sutherland. Is Kenda Sutherland one of your colleagues?
Yes, ma'am. She was on our team.
Okay. So in terms of your recollection today, how does that accord with what you recall today about attending Portapic?
If I'm being completely honest, I remember going to Portapic with Carl. I don't really remember ever going there with Kenda, but possibly I did, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And do you recall if it's what you told Sergeant McKay on June 3rd?
I guess if asked, I probably would have said if I went anywhere with anybody, because generally, again, we used to travel kind of like to back up people. So if I did go with somebody, it would have been with, Carl, or if I had anybody else to throw in there, it would have been Kenda. I would have went to the house with her.
And the next line says, think lights, but no one home, 6th to 10th July, believe spoke to neighbors, don't have names of neighbors or further notes for returning to Wortman'S. Next block, no notes, check the rest of 2013. Can you tell me a little bit about what I think this is talking about is with regard to your reports of going to Portapic and what you did there. These notes seem to indicate to me that Sergeant McKay took from you that you spoke to neighbors. Do you recall if you spoke to neighbors?
I remember speaking to, I don't know who he was, but he was a gentleman. He was in the military. He was a slim build. And that's kind of a common thing for us as well, to do neighborhood inquiries, to speak to neighbors to see whether or not they remember anything, if they have any more information for us, those type of things. Again, that's kind of like a best practice thing that we did, but if I'm being completely honest, I don't remember if I spoke to, like, who I spoke to, but I believe I spoke to neighbors.
Okay, so that sounds like you're saying today that you believe you spoke with neighbors, and the notes seem to say that that's what you told Sergeant McKay on that date as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioners, I don't have a great number of more questions, but I wonder if it might be wise just to take a break. We've been going straight through since 9:30. Just a short break.
Certainly, we'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you, Officer Maxwell, so far. We'll be back in about 15 minutes and join you at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Well, maybe she is racist. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. I don't notice her asking anybody else the questions like that. They're good questions. But, Your witness, your key star witness, which was a total dumpster fire. Like, I've never seen such a terrible witness. Lawyers I've talked to about it just laughing their ass off at her. Like, seriously laughing their ass off. Not, obviously at her state, but at what she gives evidence to. She doesn't even recall speaking to piles of media outlets, whether it be radio, news interviews, people coming to her home. She can't even remember. Huh? No, I don't think I ever spoke to anybody. And how many, even her friends yesterday, I read the statements yesterday, her friends are like, no, she exaggerates. No. And I mean, they asked a couple of times on that one. And it's so obvious what people say. Richard's statement doesn't align with Dave's statement. He's like, I'm not there. I don't know anything about it. He saw it. Well, he doesn't even mention it. It's your total disaster. But you see what happens now if you get rid of that. What are you left with? A suspect. A suspect that still, to this day, has never been eliminated. Is all over the finances. Has motive. Doesn't like dogs. I'm just saying. I'm not accusing. Has lots of motive. Doesn't like dogs. Let's see. Wortman did like dogs, according to Lisa McCulley, or Lisa McCulley's family. She self-admits that she hates dogs. She's rude. Yesterday she's calling Elson a coward. That doesn't sound like somebody who's abused. And she was worried that somebody else might turn on her. That Gabe might come and turn on her afterwards. Yeah. Their narrative's gone. And it's not just those people. There's other people who also give written testimony. Have them swear out an affidavit. Let's see. Put it to the test. How about you deem Brenda mentally competent? That would be a start. That was certainly what the discussion was when I was discussing it with other lawyers. Or not myself, lawyers. Sitting around. I think she should be deemed mentally competent to check her competency. Don't think it exists. Right there with Glenn, who is the other person that's there. He doesn't have any motive at all, does he? No, that might come out. Ooh. Oh no. Ha ha ha. Her friends laugh about it. Like I'm it's kind of sad because I think that friendship's probably destroyed now that that's out in the open. The Hudsons. We're friends with her. Are friends with her. But I don't suspect after reading that they're going to be friends any longer. But they just told the truth. What did they say they witnessed? What did they say they witnessed in terms of those were really great interviews. And there are just piles of them, but that's the thing. You can believe what you hear in the media. You can believe some of the shit show that they show you here with no evidence. Big fat zero. Here's some burnt cash. Oh, by the way, here's all his banking records too. That was noticeably absent. Always whenever there's stuff could be eliminated, can't be eliminated, can't be confirmed, you know, ballistics, these types of things. Oh, we don't have any records of that in our system anymore. Moratoriums of destruction going around. Here you have a guy literally who understand how difficult this is for him to say what he's saying. Think about it for a moment. And those, I'm not obviously not in the RCMP, but I certainly have talked to a few. Do you know how hard it is to come out against the RCMP? Do you know what happens to you when you do? This man has zero incentive to lie. Zero. He has everything to lose, though. Everything. And he will. That's the way it goes. He's not helping their case in any way. He's just destroyed it. Put on Sutton. Watch what happens then. But they won't bring it. Certain witnesses, they don't want on. Bring on Colford. Sworn affidavit. Uh-oh. Let's see if Brenda can even be deemed competent enough to swear an affidavit. Because she can't. Oops. She couldn't give testimony in court. Would be unreliable. She is unreliable. Even before whatever she's going through there, which is too bad. It really is unfortunate, but this is what happens when, I don't know, years of alcohol abuse, old age, not sure what's going on there, you know, that's what happens. Brenda was a disaster. I don't know where they're going to go with this one because I'm at a loss. What are they? Not all of them. I've gone through cases, right? You know that. I've gone through cases of guys who have broken away from that. I can go through more. Look at where Dave Moore is at. I have never talked about that. Where is Dave Moore these days? Do you know? Oh, Colford's affidavit, very interesting. Sutton's statement, very interesting. Can't trust the RCMP at all. Can't trust the upper management on this system at all. Sutton had lots to say. I read his statement, right? Could have possibly passed by a car. And again, you've got Grund, who in all rights should have driven by a car using their narrative. And he said he stopped and he changed into hard body armor in his affidavit. Yet his GPS shows him 1049 right outside of Great Village. Well, that means that according to their narrative, he drove by him. But he said, I didn't see a car. But I was so focused on something else that maybe it could have happened. Same thing with the ambulance drivers. They say they drive by a car at 10:30 going the wrong way. How does that work exactly? Remember the old time? what was it, 10:30, 10:26 that he got out or some balls, 10:30. They tried to spin that one, had the interviews done, but it failed. So now what? You have cars leaving the scene at multiple times? Where's the witness from 10:31? What was it, 10:31? The original time that saw him driving through the field? Oh, well, don't worry about that. The story's moratorium of destruction. She has trouble remembering because she has PTSD, but we're supposed to believe her. Come on, you're going to know if you have media outlets with big cameras in your house, giving interviews on CBC radio, having all kinds of reporters phoning her. Just put in Brenda Forbes, Nova Scotia. How many fucking hits do you get back? I don't think I ever talked to the media. No. Are you sure about that? No, I don't think so. They kept leading her too. All that was like, I was like, oh my God. I was turning red in the background. I just felt so bad. 10:35. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I felt so bad. I do. I feel genuinely bad for her. Don't mistake in my, I don't know, sense of, it's not a sense of positive or levity at all. It's actually really sad. Really sad. I feel for her. But what can you do? You can't pin your hopes on unreliable people. I'd like to know why they don't call Sutton. I'd like to know why certain people can't be called. Certain people. And, they've been asked. I'm not just talking police. I'm talking people who live down Port Pig. No can do. Sorry about that one. Really? You'd think it might help your narrative. Might open up other doors, though. Notice how you only have a couple witnesses? Look at Stick Lady. Well, that fell apart, too. There was a chain. That was not a good witness either. So they're hanging their hats on Brenda. Ouch. We're clean. What does the government do? Troll old folks' homes? Hey, just sign this paper. Can you just say something for us? We'll give you a jelly donut. Sad. You got Emily Hill. I don't think she's racist. But it could be construed that way. She certainly badgers the hell out of this person. Why is she not doing this to other people? Do you need a tissue? Do you need a break? Oh. Leaf to leaf. Right. Government. It's all government. CERT. RCMP. MCC. NPF. Attorney General. You're noticing a common theme here. Grants given to certain experts, even out of country. I like all the perks. Isn't that what one of them said? I like the trips and perks. We were over in Switzerland. We're down in New Zealand. It's a good gig if you want to fucking sell your soul. Court wouldn't recognize third-hand info affidavit without supporting it. They wouldn't recognize that as, they wouldn't recognize that as an affidavit. It wouldn't be admitted into court. Testimony from hearsay testimony would immediately be objected to and disregarded. So basically, Brenda, everything she said, just like I said at the beginning, out. That's a no-brainer. 2020. I'm like reading the article and no, man, she doesn't see anything. Where's this Glenn fool? Why isn't Global gone and interviewed them? Oh, I see. Glenn.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Only like the media is only spinning this somewhat, but where do they get fed from again? Who pays them? Is it the same flag in the corner of the check? Right. I forgot. It's blatantly obvious what's going down. I'm not at all trying to absolve Mr. Wortman. However, it does raise some questions then, but it certainly opens the possibility to you now have her as a suspect because you never eliminated her. You didn't bring GSR tests. You have multiple rounds of different caliber at the same scene in the same vicinity. Different scenes. How does that work exactly? Rifle two-handed, handgun one. Go gadget hand. Oh, that's right. You can't drive around and do everything that they say that they're doing. Kitty should testify. Yeah. Well. Where's Leon Jowdry? Where's Bjorn Mersbach? I don't know. Where are they? What is Villas? What does Villas represent? I don't know. I'm just raising purely reasonable questions. What about her clothing? Is that tested for blood spatter or DNA?
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Hi there, Constable Maxwell. You can hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Just have some more questions to ask you. You told us that you recalled attempting to contact the perpetrator as part of your duties with this investigation to advise him that a complaint had been made. And I'm wondering if you can recall where you would have received the phone number to contact him.
I would have either tried to look that up on PROS, Canada 411, whatever, to try and get a phone number for that individual.
Do you recall today how you got that phone number?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall what number that was that you called?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And that's not in your notes, I don't believe.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is that I know that you wrote down Miss Forbes' phone number. So would it have been a common practice for you to have written down other phone numbers, such as the perpetrator's number?
Well, what happens is when a complaint is made, we have to call the complainant back because that's how we're going to garner that information. She would have given me the information about Mr. Wortman. If she had his phone number or whatever, I would have obtained it at that point in time. But if she didn't have it, then I would have had to try to locate that from a different means.
And in terms of your note taking, I guess I wonder what training you received about for what purpose you make notes.
As a police officer, your notes are probably one of the most important things you'll ever have. Case in point, this experience right now. You take your notes in a manner that's going to give you a snapshot or a picture in your mind so that it can take you back to a place and give you an idea of that complaint. Your notes are, you're going to take good notes because if you're ever going to write reports, the things that have been said or done and times and those type of things are things that you want to record and put in your file. So generally, if you're going to take notes on a situation that is something that you're going to have to write, great reports about or whatever, there's going to be a lot of note taking. All right. So the notes are, your memory, right? It's putting you in a place that you can remember an incident so that you can go back there. 9 years later, I can talk about it.
And in this case, you don't have any notes about who, when or how or where you actually contacted the perpetrator. And so that not being in your notes makes it hard to know that information today. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. But as a common, I know I contacted him, right? I know that personally. And again, when you're writing a first instance file, I can say in my file that at 7:08 p.m. on the 23rd of whatever, a phone call was made to the subject of complaint and advised of this. So that information would have been on the file. So I wouldn't have to put that in my notes.
I think you're telling me other records are kept of an investigation in addition to the notes of an individual officer?
So your notes are gathering the information. So when you're on the road, you're taking notes, but when you're in the office, you have the actual file sitting in front of you. So you're able to link entities. You're able to put your reports on. You're able to tell exactly what's going on in that exact moment. So if I made a phone call, I can go on my report and say at this time and date, a phone call was placed to the subject of a complaint advised of blah, blah, blah. So that information wouldn't go in your notes because it's actually on the file.
Let me see if I can ask some more questions about this. I wonder if we could bring up the firearms foundational document. That's exhibit 001099 at page, I think it's 26. Constable Maxwell, this is again another foundational document that's prepared by the mass casualty, and it sets out some of the information that we received from the H-Strong file, and it refers to H-Strong situation reports. So paragraph 84, and this is about this incident that we're discussing today. In an H-Strong situation report dated June 9th, 2020, Sergeant Chris Romanchin wrote, follow-up notebook checks were completed with 2 additional members, Constable McIsaac and Constable Sutherland, who were previously stationed in Colchester on July 6, 2013, and had assisted on Brenda Forbes' complaint. No notes were located in relation to Forbes and/or the perpetrator, nor do they have any specific recollection about that complaint. And then the next paragraph says, an RCMP task action report dated June 3rd, 2020 states, initial conversation of Constable Maxwell. It was determined that he attended the Debert military base with Constable Carl McIsaac on July 6, 2013, and later that evening he went to the perpetrator's Portapique residence with Corporal Kenda Sutherland. Corporal McKay liaised with H Division ORMS, Operational Records Management Systems, and reviewed the purged occurrences for July 6, 2013. It was noted there were 0 domestic occurrences filed on July 6, 2013. The lone PROS occurrence of note was 2013 827716, dispatched as causing of disturbance at 10:01 hours, but concluded as assist to general public. The occurrence was purged on August 8, 2015. So, Constable Maxwell, in that information that's included there, where it says the occurrence was purged on August 8, 2015, is that the case file that you're talking about where there would be additional information?
Yes. The PROS occurrence.
Okay. And so that information that you just described to me a moment ago about, for example, a telephone call to the perpetrator, that's information that would have been included in that?
Yes, ma'am.
The information that I just read to you from the RCMP task action report says that the file was dispatched as causing a disturbance and that happened at 10:01. That designation that the file was causing a disturbance, is that something that you would have known as the officer who was being dispatched?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean.
If OCC dispatched this call as classified as causing of disturbance,
Yes.
is that information that you as the officer being dispatched would know about? Would you know that it was being classified as causing a disturbance?
Oh, yes, ma'am. When it gets dispatched to you, it's dispatched as an occurrence type, right? So when they dispatch it to you, so whatever information that they would have received, they would have given it an occurrence type, and then it's dispatched to me. Now, my job is when I go into PROS, I can, call it what I believe it is. And so at that point in time, I would call it what I believe it is. And then my job is to fill out the file so that my corporal can read it and understand it and say, okay, that's what this is. So yeah, they would call it a cause disturbance. They would give it the occurrence type.
Okay. And so is that, with your understanding of what that occurrence type means, what cause disturbance means, is that consistent with a complaint of someone calling and saying someone's driving too fast in my neighborhood?
Yes. And being aggressive towards people, yes.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. What about a report about someone being a bully or being aggressive? Would that
Yes.
also?
Yes.
Okay. And then the information that we have there in the foundational document says that it was concluded with the occurrence type assist to general public. And
Yes.
so do you recall, was that you that changed it to assist to general public?
I would say that I don't recall doing that, but I would say that it was definitely me that would have done that because it's my file. All right. I can't tell you that in the moment that, I did that, but I would say that, yes, that's definitely me.
And is that occurrence type assist to general public, is that consistent with a report about driving too fast or being a bully or aggressive in a neighborhood?
Absolutely. Okay. Because once I go and conduct my interviews or my investigation, it's my job now to give it an occurrence type, because at that point in time, we have to do something that's called scoring. And we have to make, we have to, how the scoring goes. It's about obtaining information. It's about being able to say that there's been so many break and enters in there, so many domestics or whatever. And so our job is to give it those type of those titles and then explain the reason why it was.
So in terms of the next steps you would take on a file like this, if you've told me that you would change the occurrence type to assist general public. Do you recall other steps you took with regard to this file to conclude your work on it?
The last thing that I would have done would have been to speak to the complainant and advise them of our actions. You speak to the complainant, you advise them, you write up your reports. That report then goes to your corporal. Your corporal reviews your file. And then if he has any questions or she has any questions, they can send that file back to you so that you can answer them and/or file will be concluded.
So in terms of this file, you recall going to DeBert and speaking with Ms. Forbes about how the file was being concluded?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what her reaction was to what you told her about how the file was being concluded?
No, ma'am.
And do you recall whether you told me that you would complete your notes and then it would be reviewed by your corporal?
Yes.
Do you recall whether who your corporal was at that time?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall with this file whether your corporal had any further questions for you or direction for you?
No, ma'am. I didn't have any. It was concluded.
Okay. So I didn't ask that question very well. So is it fair to say your corporal you recall that you didn't have any further direction given?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so it was resolved without taking any further steps?
Yes, ma'am.
And do I understand correctly that when that happens, that there's a complaint received and resolved without any further steps, that's what's called a first instance file?
Yes, ma'am.
In your interview, you talk about third-party complaints. And can you talk about what a third-party complaint is?
If we receive a third-party complaint, it's kind of like me saying, I heard Jim and Frank had a fight the other night, and Frank beat the crap out of Jim. Jim or Frank either made the complaint. The other person who heard about it is making the complaint, but they didn't witness it either. So it's what we would consider a third-party complaint.
And in your experience, does domestic violence ever get reported that way?
Yes. Yes, it would. There's a possibility of that for sure.
Brenda Forbes said that I think it sounds like she was making a third-party complaint about violence against Lisa Banfield. And does the fact that the name Lisa appeared in your notes suggest to you that what was being reported was a third-party complaint about domestic violence?
No, ma'am.
Why do you say that?
The way you investigate files depends on the type of file that you have. A domestic file is completely investigated, completely different than a first instance file of a driving complaint or a cause of service. Right down to if there's any allegations of a domestic, two people have to attend regardless, right? There has to be notes from both parties. Statements would have had to have been obtained, those type of things. A first instance file isn't going to be a file that you're going to obtain statements and those type of things. And for me, if I'm being completely honest, the lack of notes.
Just remember, when families speak out, what McDonald does, and none of them are breathing out a word. Just remember that in your head. Picture it. It really makes things very apparent what's going on.
Information, because you need to contact them, because that's where you're garnering, or that's where you're getting your information from. That's going to give you enough to go forth with an investigation.
If I've understood your evidence today correctly, you're saying that part of the reason that you're confident that this file did not come to you as a complaint about domestic violence was because of the very limited notes that you have from that incident.
Well, I would say that if you're going to run any type of information, that's the information that's going in your notebook for sure. Right? Those are the things that you definitely want to write down, because those are the things that's going to give you the information to go forth, to contact other people, to try and find out whether or not this event happened.
One of the things I think you just said about how domestic violence files would be investigated, at least at the time that we're talking about, was that 2 people would attend. Have I got that right? In this case, I think your evidence has been that 2 people did attend. And so I'm just wanting to understand the difference between what you can tell me about the fact that 2 people attended this and whether or not that makes it more or less likely that this was a domestic complaint.
Okay. When a domestic is reported, 2 vehicles are attached to a file. If I take the file, it's my file, but I definitely need a partner to go with me because that's policy. 2 people are going to show up. We're going to separate the parties. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to have to take statements. And from there, we would try to figure out who the dominant aggressor was. In that situation, whoever your partner is also has to add his notes. They would have to add their reports, and all that goes on the file. The fact that in this situation, none of that occurred, in my head, shows me that this was a first instance file.
And that scenario that you just described about attending and two officers attending and separating parties and getting statements, would that protocol still be the case if you're reporting a domestic that had happened, say, 24 hours earlier? Or is that your protocol for a domestic that's going on right then as you're attending?
No, if it's a domestic or a domestic related in any way, you're showing up with 2 members. And again, that member would have notes, you would have notes, there would have to be statements. Those are things that would be required for a file of a domestic. So even if it was 24 hours earlier or whatever, yes, 2 members would still attend.
Okay. In terms of the paperwork, I think you're telling us would be generated as a result of investigating an allegation of domestic violence. You're talking about there being statements taken. That's statements from witnesses. Do I have that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the victim, and you would try to obtain a statement from the dominant aggressor as well. Now, whether or not they want to provide one, you would still try to take one.
Okay. And so since we are trying to work backwards about something that happened in 2013, and we know that the records, other than your handwritten records notes, have been purged, is there anything else that tells you in your mind that this was not a domestic violence call?
Absolutely. In a domestic violence situation, you have to make contact. You have to make contact with the individuals. And sorry, I have a cold, or I'm getting over a cold. And if we attended Portapic and nobody answered the door or whatever, we would have had to return. And if we didn't locate them there, then we would have tried to locate them wherever they lived. And then we would have had whatever police detachment in that area attend and speak to them as well. So there's more involved to a domestic than there is a first instance file, for sure.
And I think you'd been explaining about sort of the designation of occurrence types and how that what you call your occurrence at the end of your investigation then goes and is reviewed by your supervisor.
Yes.
what are the occurrence types that you might see if the allegation was about domestic violence?
It would have been called a domestic assault. And even if it was unfounded, it would still have to be called what the event is.
Another thing that Brenda Forbes has given evidence about is that she says that she telephoned Glenn Wortman, who she says was a witness to the assault, in the presence of an RCMP officer, and had a conversation with him on speakerphone. Do you recall that happening?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did it happen when you were present in DeBert?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She says that she was told by the RCMP member she spoke to that without a witness, the file couldn't go any further. Is that something that you would have you told her?
I don't know. What I would say, if that was the case, if she was making an allegation of a domestic, and it was a third party, I would think that, and again, I'm saying I would think, one of the things that somebody would do is at least contact the victim and or her witness to ask if this event did happen. If they said yes, then the first thing you're going to do is try to take a detailed statement from that individual. All right, so you get the information that would then lead to you going forth with the investigation.
A few more questions about decisions, how decisions are made about what occurrence type is listed, or how the file is understood. So in the first call that someone makes where they speak to someone at the OCC, it's somebody who's answering the phone at OCC who decides how the file is being dispatched. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's based on what they understand the complaint to be about.
Yes, ma'am.
And so is it possible, or does it happen that the OCC person receiving that information gets it wrong, misunderstands sometimes what the issue is that the person is complaining about? Does that happen?
Well, I think that they give the information that they've received. Now, it's my job to go investigate that, and it's my job to determine whether or not it is actually what they dispatch or not.
In your experience, is it sometimes the case that when you go to investigate something, you get a slightly different version of events or understand things slightly differently than what you'd understood
Absolutely.
from the OCC?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it also sometimes the case as an investigator that you've misunderstood information that you've received?
I don't quite understand what you mean.
If you're speaking to a complainant, for example, who's explaining what's happened to them. Have you had occasions where you've misunderstood what they're telling you in the course of your conversation with them?
I'm not quite understanding what you mean. Like, what I would say is, once a complaint is made and you speak to the complainant and you go investigate, now they could say that, I don't know, he was driving, or somebody was driving in an unsafe manner, and you show up and it's, something completely different, of course. But again, when you show up as that member, you're making a determination of what that file is. Right? You're the one that's going to say, well, no, it wasn't a driving complaint, it was this. So I don't know if I answered your question, but what I would say is you're the person that's going to make the determination on what that file is.
In that role, as the person who's going to make the determination about what that file is,
yes.
You're making a judgment call based on what you've learned from that person.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. And then based on that, you investigate accordingly.
Yes. And if it turns out to be something else, then you would score it as something else.
Okay. And score, is that about writing down the occurrence type?
Yes, yeah, the occurrence type, where it happened, what took place, those type of things.
And those decisions in turn might lead to either more or less paperwork, depending on
Yes.
what type of investigation you're doing.
Absolutely. And my job is to present that to my corporal, because a lot of times your corporal's not there. So they want to know exactly what happened. So you have to lay your file out in a manner in which they can read it, they can understand it, they can grasp what you're saying. You've met all the different things that you need to do as a police officer to be able to conclude that file. So all that information has to be in there. Once they read it, they determine that, you know, the file is good enough to be concluded. Then the file goes off to a sergeant, right? A reader who reads the file, who then reviews the file. If they have any questions, then they will return the file to you, and they will ask questions that you have to answer. So that's my job.
And in terms of understanding your job in that chain, the corporal is making their assessment about if anything more is needed based on what they're seeing about the work that you've done from what you've written down. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the sergeant is doing the same thing. The sergeant is
Yes.
looking at perhaps the corporal's comments and work, but also fundamentally looking at your work in terms of what you did at the beginning of the file.
Yes, ma'am. And making sure that everything that I was supposed to do has been done. And so that when they do conclude the file, they know that everything that was done meets the criteria of a concluded file.
And in this case, trying to make sense of what we've heard about this report in July 6, 2013, is it, could it be that Ms. Forbes reported a situation with where she says there were witnesses to a physical assault from the perpetrator on Lisa Banfield, but that wasn't understood either by dispatch or by yourself to be the actual nature of the complaint?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else that you recall about your interactions with Brenda Forbes or this file that I haven't asked you about that you'd like to tell me about?
No, ma'am. Like I say, I spoke to Ms. Forbes. I remember her telling me that she was in the military. I think she was retired, and I believe she worked with cadets. She worked with cadets in the Burt. That's all I really remember.
Okay. Constable Maxwell, I suspect right now we will take a break and probably both have lunch. And so I hope that you can take a break and also have some lunch. And then also have a conversation amongst some of the other council who are here. Some of them may have questions for you when we come back.
Absolutely.
So I'll hand it back to Commissioner McDonald, who will let us know what's happening next.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Hill. As Ms. Hill has indicated, thank you, officers, so far for your evidence. We'll break until 1:15, and in the meantime, Ms. Hill and Commission Counsel will meet with the lawyers for the various participants and decide what further questions would be asked of you and who will be asking them. So we'll try to organize that over lunch, and probably a good idea to give participants council some time to get some lunch and whatnot. So why don't we say the caucus can begin in 20 minutes from now. So we'll be back at 1:15. Mr. Maxwell, if you could please make yourself available at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1:15.
Well, I definitely don't want anybody to forget about the financials, because the financials, they just kind of whip through that, right? We're going to have to rip those to shreds. But, oh my God, their narrative is completely gone. Well, it's been gone for a long time, but I mean, the more it just keeps coming out. I could keep reading people's statements about some of this stuff. Holy fuck, it is just absolutely caving. What did I see? I saw a certain individual tweeted out stuff about, what was it? Reading through, what did they say? 3 years worth of emails, seeing nothing but hearts coming from her, but there's really nothing. Oh, really? You don't show where you're coming from there. Whoop. Totally incomplete. All files purged. What did she say there? Purged? Maybe I missed something. But she was talking about files being purged. Oops. If she, keeps going at him, this is seriously looking very personal now. I'm not kidding. Could absolutely be construed as racist. I don't know what she's doing over there. I don't know what her gig is. But frankly, I think that's a decent way to shut this one down, because she's totally racist. She's coming across that way because I've never seen her go after anybody like this. Must be something going on. Either that or she has some personal relationship with him and something going on. Not so good. So transparent. I should do like those other YouTubers and be like, if you think Troy is holding up well, hit that like button or subscribe or something. It is absolutely, I don't even know how this got to be, because I was reading through the statements and I'm like, oh, this guy would be a very good guy to have because Brenda is not going to be good. And then I got a couple of phone calls, one person in specific, and they're like, oh no, that Troy Maxwell statement, very bad. I'm just like, oh, fuck. But then if you throw it together with the other ones, right? And that's the hard thing, because they just have people waiting in paper, and it's a lot easier just to watch something on the boob tube and trust that they're telling you the truth. Somebody, saying that, don't worry, I just wade through all this stuff for you, so you don't have to. Oh, when somebody says that, there's a problem. It takes time. But you can go back and just verify, right? Go and pull the documents. Some of them are absolute trash. Obviously, they're just meant for the bin. But then there's other ones that are, remind him if he's still under oath. Oh, that guy cool as a cucumber. I liked how Todd's like, that's totally true, too. Well, I don't see any dishonesty anywhere here today in respect to his testimony. His notes were taken perfectly. That's what was told to me. Like, he's got all his stuff there, the road conditions, the date, the time, weather conditions. These are all things that they keep so that it reminds them when you read it. I don't know. My memory's terrible. I can barely remember to turn on the microphone. Well, it's not terrible with certain things. Emily is bulldog. First time she's being vague. Not that smart all along. Well, don't worry, she's Leaf. She's not dumb. That's for sure. Does BF have a coworker phone number she offered as a backup? I don't know anything about that. Well, she would have the DeBert, and I'm sure she would have the home number. Emily might have to draw EI. I don't know. Can they renege on some of these deals? Sure, I'm sure. They need an extra long break for that one. Purge to destroy, strike, blot out, efface, so that no trace remains. Expunge. Synonym. Destruction of personal identifiers. Like that paper that was sent to me. I'm like, I don't think that's a really good thing going on over there. So you're going to keep, he has his notes, right? And lots of officers do. I saw that question before because I asked the same question. Do you keep your notes? Yeah, oh yeah. You know, in case something comes back up, an appeal or something, you know, you keep your notes so that it keeps you refreshed and you can go back, remember. Is there a possibility that someone reported domestic abuse and you and your fellow officers are just idiots and can't read and write? No. That's racist. Rejuvenating, to say the least. I had a phone call this morning. I'm like, that's exactly what I said. Because my girlfriend asked me yesterday, she's like, oh, what's on tomorrow? I said that earlier, sorry, but just to be repetitive, sorry. And I was like, oh, you know, probably same old garbage. And then I just pulled it up. I thought I had looked at it, but I guess I didn't. And I was like, oh, tomorrow's going to be a good day. It's going to be good. I think she's pissed he's not agreeing with her. No. Incel. Emily, pompous self-identified feminazi, incel cat lady. Oh, I'd like to, but I can't. Pathetic. And it is. Do you see how they, I mean, they just beat the hell out of anybody who tells the truth. We gotta pray for this man. Seriously, you do. If you're not a believer, just send him well wishes, please, because he's certainly not the friend of certain people right now, and he won't be. He goes on a list, but good for him. He's certainly on a list somewhere else. Up there. Not sure why they called him. I can't quite get this angle, what they're doing. I guess they thought that maybe he might fall apart with some of those attacks. I don't know. Oh, Bo was an absolute dumpster fire. I'm going to have to get a picture, a t-shirt, the dumpster fire t-shirt. Oh, that was just terrible. Do you need a break? Do you need a break? Not here. Not here. No worries. Just keep going. Keep going. Brenda can't even remember being interviewed. Oh, geez. I don't know. Maybe she fell apart like afterward. Mentally. This is kind of a new development. Revolting development, that is. Not to protect Gate. Maxwell's notes are all there, all left. All others' records were purged. No, they weren't. I'm not saying that they were. No. Not to protect Brenda. All his banking records. No, we don't have that. We don't have anything. All we have is a picture of some burnt bills. What was the other one? Oh, yeah. The list. We get dope. I can, look, Mom, I can manufacture evidence too. Like, they can destroy evidence and they can manufacture evidence. They can badger witnesses. They can have dumpster fires. All around fun. I'm surprised Brenda and Lisa's drinking habits never came up. Yeah. I'll never get over her saying that she did illegal checks and she couldn't remember the news interviews. Yeah. It's like Von Bargan. They brought up Von Bargan. Is the Ontario Bar Association looking into him? What about the RCMP for criminal charges? I believe that he's complicit on immigration fraud, certain other things. I don't know. Just saying that looks that way. You'd think that there would definitely be some complaints before the Ontario Bar Association. I know he's got his law license down in New York, but I don't think he should be practicing law if he's into knowing about cop cars and immigration fraud. I don't know. Certain other things there. LB said was an alcoholic. Gabe was an alcoholic. Well, looked like there may be, some issues there. Liver damage. I'm reading through, but they also said that he quit drinking. I've read that numerous times. I don't know if he was drinking at the time or not. Maybe he'd gone off the wagon. His toxicology, I believe, according to the autopsy, I'd have to bring that up. I don't think he had anything in the system. There was no notations made as to liver damage. I don't believe. Don't quote me on that, but he even has his time correct, let alone absence of evidence is actually super suspicious. Sorry. Whenever government is accused, its duties include proper gathering and custody of evidence. Yeah, everything has a chain of custody, all paperwork for everything. They're crazy about paper. You know, I used to live in Vietnam, and like a communist society is really anal about paper, but Canada's, funnily enough, not too far off. So the name in Maxwell's list were Brenda's neighbors that he went to their doors asking about Gabe's speeding. Well, possibly Brenda said they witnessed. I don't know. The notation in the column is totally explainable. That's his spouse. His notes all fit. He's male, overrules race. He's basically assaulting Emily by not agreeing with her. I don't know. You know, it's really sad. I just like being human. But these people keep throwing out the divisiveness. They don't like people. They want females against men. I'm not understanding. Oh, I do understand. No alcohol in autopsy. Yeah, okay, see. We were sitting around having drinks. Okay. We were talking on FaceTime down in the States. No record. Okay. But you want to go after this man? No gunshot residue tests. No clothing. Brown, Melanson clearing. Even after Ivani is like, yeah, I thought she was a suspect. Drop her off. Brown and Melanson. Not a suspect then. Nothing going on here. Oh. Excuse me. Rude. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's corrupt from top to bottom. On every angle that you look at in this story, there's corruption. not just over there, and not just with platers in there. Wolves and sheep's clothing everywhere. Allison lives at high end of Orchard Beach Road. As you approach, turn to Claviquid Court. I don't know where Allison lives. That's interesting. I don't believe I read that anywhere. I don't know. Richards? Where Richard said he lives. Carla and her sheriff were targeting people of misfortune. I don't know. There's something much deeper going on, because they even said some lines in there. Did anybody get the Calgary line with the financials? That one interests me. How can Calgary keeps coming up? If that has anything to do with Triple M property. Clinton's dad previously said in his testimony at MCC racing, people racing around Portapique too. They were friends, Brenda and Gabe. The incident in the hot tub, which was alluded to, again, just not alluded to. It was, oh yeah, no, we definitely heard about it. Twice, they said in the statement yesterday, the Hudsons. Good statements. And my apologies to them, because I just was going by what the media said. So the media maligned them. I think they should probably seek clarification on that one if I were them. Misquoting them and taking them out of context to build, the goo narrative that they started to sow in the war room day one. Started pipe it out right away. Let's just call over there to the Femicide Observatory, which is filled with police. Nobody will notice. Did they explain why Allison and Glenn are on his list? I would say witnesses or something. Maybe that's what she said. I think his answer to that was that he didn't know specifically, but I believe that it would be witnesses. They all hung out together, right? So perhaps the speeding incident happened at the time. I don't know. She's got a bone to pick with him. I'm not absolving Wortman of anything, but Brenda went from super good friends to really a big problem, and I think that has something to do with the hot tub. George was none too happy about that. Speculation on my part, but it definitely was in the Hudson. You could construe that from the Hudson interviews. Glenn would be at McCully residence at the time. Yes, he would be at McCully residence. So again, put him in the notes. Put him in the notes, right? Excuse me. Maybe this is a way you can get a hold of him. Wonder if he had the cell phone number for Gabe. The one that was in the contact list for Lisa. The cell phone that they say that doesn't exist, cell phone, which most certainly does exist, phone. The office was getting forwarded there to that phone. I think they each had a phone with office forwards, because they're just basically fronts, right? So corrupt, yet cross-examining Banfield with further conspiracy theories, according to Lockyer. Oh, no. That you don't ask questions. That's what a good lawyer says. Don't ask questions. No. I'm sure it benefits his client, but so strategic wise, it's good for him. But of course, that's not how the process works. All the lawyers should have equal opportunity to ask questions in the same ilk, no? As Ms. Hill beating the hell out of a black man. How about all the family lawyers get to do the same thing? No, you can't ask that. It's already asked, explained. No, you can't call that witness. No. We'll make it so that one lawyer gets to ask questions. Find me an inquiry like it. Because it's not an inquiry. It's a commission. It's an ad hoc war room creation by who couldn't write rules if it hit him in the head. I've always found it weird that Leon went out and ran into the armed vehicle, and they didn't pursue him. No, yes, many questions abound, but are you going to see Leon? I wonder if credibility would come up there. God forbid. We don't live in hypocrisy, do we? If he were ever to appear, which of course won't happen. Might open some doors. Some questions may be asked, if they were permitted. Found a little chain necklace. I don't know whose necklace that was. Did she cop to that? Same shoes in the interview or the recreation. And then they're just crime scene photos with the same shoes. Not being conspiracy. Bjorn Triple M Properties. What's that about? Because I know that I set up a company in a different province if I want to buy a property. We buy a property in a province under a numbered company or something like that, but why do you need to go elsewhere? To buy it from Maureen because, they wanted, Mr. Wortman wanted to keep that very separate so nobody would know about the abuse. Here's a piece of property. You can have that. But of course, Lisa's on the title. Why is it again that Clayfield isn't being raised in this anywhere? Rather, I like what they did on my computer to my nice little snazzy graphic. You like this? This is what they did to my graphic. Remember the graphic I showed in the dentures videos, which are very good, by the way. There's more to come on that. This is what happened to my graphic. I'm like, oh, thank you. Gabriel Wortman owned and operated Atlantic Denture Clinic. And then it just turned that color. Great. Okay. Nothing to see here. Not like, oh dear's computer getting attacked. Okay, so, I still have some of this stuff obviously left, and it's not very hard for me to go back and get it. And it's in the video, so it doesn't matter. Atlantic Denture, 175 Aberdeen. Post Office Box 3121. Right? Oh. Who's registering it? Oh, that's right. Clayfield Denture. How does that work exactly? Why has nobody talked to Paul Clayfield? He's right on the paper. Like, literally, this is the New Brunswick services. Come on, man. He's right there. Aside from phone numbers, being the same. Oh. They did it the day of the reenactment. I'm just suggesting that the shoes are the same. Maybe she's a big fan of the shoes. Exactly the same shoes. Maybe they're like, for all authenticity, could you please wear, a puffy coat in the middle of summer, was it supposed to be? Because you're going to get cold. Spandex and the same shoes. Maybe they returned them to her. But I believe that goes out of order. The reenactment was filmed late. I don't know. Actually, then, I'd have to go back. Anyone catch him stating military people that live down there? Brenda told him. A lot of military people live down in the villas. A lot of interesting folk live in the villas. I'm not, besmirching everybody that lives there. I'm not besmirching anybody, in fact. I'm just saying maybe some interesting backgrounds. More than meets the eye. Wouldn't neighbors be in his notes? Doesn't make sense to me at all. The neighbors don't make sense at all. If they were witnesses, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Brenda said she suffered from PTSD. Yes, she did. But I don't know how that precludes her from... It didn't stop her anywhere. It didn't stop the media from being like, hey. Didn't... Sorry, I'm behind here. I'm just trying to catch up with some of your questions. Nearest house was the survival log. Why do you need to go into a log when there's lots of people to knock on their doors? Or do you just sit back and watch it all? Something down your neighbors. I don't know. Or how about your sister? You're worried about your sister? Why don't you go and try and find somebody to call your sister? No, I guess not. Let's find the tree. More like take a hike. She's trying so hard to get him angry. Brenda, thank you. Hello, welcome, Cabin Kenny. Brenda can't get PTSD working with cadets. Discharge. Well, but if she's friends with Balin and Levesque, working for independent sector in Washington, D.C., when she's in the military. Okay, nothing to see here. Something very awry with her work history. They still have not, I wonder if independent sector wants that still. Not trying to have her lose her job. That would be very unfortunate. If she was discharged via medical from CF, it would be easy for paper proof of her PTSD via Veterans Affairs. Perfect. Perfect. Like leather. Where is the evidence? They still have not asked any questions. Lisa's phone being used 10:43 in the night of April 18th. I thought we'd burned up in a fire. Silly old me. Witnesses to the bullying and aggressive behavior. Bullying. He stared at me. Oh, it was conveniently. It's over here. I think. Oh, maybe it's there. We'll wander around for a while. Maybe I can find something. Here, that's it. Okay, we won't show you getting in the tree. We won't really show the tree. It's just a larger tree. Right. Okay. Your pants aren't ripped. You're not bleeding from crawling around on gravel. No, not freezing. Everything's normal here at the MCC. Backwards? Oh, that's because it's all backwards. Banfield's story about hiding a tree root, I suspect, was fed to her by cops after Clinton said he was hid in a tree, in a log, not hid near a log and tree root system. Sure. Because we all go camping in trees. That's how we do it. Props for accurate responses. No, there's not enough. There's definitely a lot of info. No way overwhelming. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Especially in this day and age. And if you're not a techno bumpkin like me, but you're like some other people, holy shit, you can find everything. You can have offline copies of everything. Everything's being archived. Oh my God. Then it all comes back to bite you in the ass. We need more monitoring. Let's bring out another Project Wide Awake. You know, it requires Calgary, Nova Scotia business trip. You know, I found another connection a very long time ago to Calgary within the story. It had a nice web page too. Never changing. Saw his brother from laying around 30 feet, put over $51,000 into Lisa's personal bank account, but she has no idea about it. Did she put it in? Because she has control of the bank accounts too. Northumberland, you know. 51,000, being that she has the majority of the bank accounts. But I can run away. I can't leave. No idea. I don't know anything. I'm surprised she got out of tree. Maxwell's notes says Allison. But did Richard mean Richard or David both live in Portapique? I remember Richard saying he lived right in Portapique at one time. I don't know. Richard lives down on Orchard Beach. I don't know where David lives, to be honest with you. I think I have a video from him from a long time ago. What page was that on? Anyway, playing with tractors. But he moved out to the outskirts, the drama. Reenactment was in October. Oh, there was lots of leaves around those shoes. Where's that? Thank you for the filing, oh dear, as always. You know. Like leaves. Same shoes. Maybe they just did the reenactment. Take off your shoes, toss it over there, and we'll take some pictures. Oh my. Julia. What a word. My eyes. Trying to keep a family-friendly show, don't you know? You're aging me prematurely. Good morning, Dawn. How goes? We hardly saw the log. Yes. Here's where I hid. Okay. I went inside. Uh-huh. Let's move along. I spent more time trying to find it than almost anything. Tony, not sure what direction that came from. She said voices. The guys were talking. The guys. Okay, the guys. Banfield and Constable hiding. I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm saying she hasn't been absolved. You need a lot of evidence. And their stuff, what they have is just, ooh, that boat. Deeper than the Mariana Trench it's sinking to. It was funny as the trees weren't much thicker than flagpoles, but they did find a big tree. Just took a lot of wandering around. And hypothermia. He has hypothermia. She doesn't have a coat. That's the way it goes in CCM world. Of course. MCC left the impression that Gabriel Wortman hunting for a car escaped Lisa Banfield, but there's no indication of it. The Munkers quickly buy it. I'd like to see all the dash cam video with audio. You know, I keep repeating that stuff. Sorry if I'm just a broken record. Perhaps it may enlighten us all as to everything. All of it. With audio. Don't go there. They don't want you to go there. See, if this all falls apart, then you'll start digging underneath. That's when it'll get really scary. She should have had dirt underneath her fingernails. Dirty palms, ripped up palms, ripped up feet, shredded knees, clothes. I don't even know where the fuck her clothes went. Who has her clothes? Where are they? Where's the chain of custody on those? Where's the tests on them? Is this train wreck going to continue this afternoon? Oh, I believe so. I don't know if she's going to continue with her racist, possibly. I'm not just possible line of questioning. Did Leon have CCTV? But maybe the lawyers will come out. Maybe they won't softball. Maybe they'll actually ask questions. And if they can't, maybe they will actually say, you know what? I would like an answer for my client right to the commissioner's faces. So it's on the record so we can all see why they aren't being allowed to ask questions, why they aren't being allowed to call witnesses. Because I don't think, Macmillan or Bousquet is going to be able to answer it when you're outside getting interviewed by Global or whatever. No. There are 3 individuals on stage that can. Perhaps the question should be directed towards them. Wink. Very few hiding spots in those woods. Paul P. made it sound out like a rabbit couldn't get through them. Well, they're pretty, uh-oh. Oh, no. For pest? Am I a pest? I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. Well, the tech stuff, you're all on a list. Sorry. It's okay. We've got a good family here. Nothing to be afraid of. Banfield's sister Maureen deposited huge chunk of over $20K in her bank account. Banfield does not recall what it was for. Did she get given the piece of property before she sold it to Bjorn and Triple M out of Calgary? Bjorn and Co. Maureen, did she get given a piece of land by the co-owned Berkshire Broman? Lisa, I'd like to see all the officers on that and shareholders on that company. You mentioned one, the one that's going to tantalize and sizzle in everybody's brain. Where are all the rest of them? You have one officer for that company. Right. Only one role. Where are all the other roles? Treasurer, CEO, vice president. There's multiple roles. So who's taking those up? Yesterday, I was scraping point and listening. Chat was repeating the thong. Okay. Yes, there was a story about something. A maybe off-color comment by Mr. Wortman. That was the extent and possibly the tone being dominant of, no, you're not coming in my house. No, you're not trespassing. Okay. Can you imagine this girl? Can you imagine the girl that would handle dirt on shoes, having bugs and tree stamp crawl over? Well, yeah, in silence. That would be very traumatizing to said individual. In the video, it looks like, and I'm not trying to witchify, is that what I want? The evidence, and I want lots. I want all kinds of hospital reports and witness reports and affidavits and people being questioned and family members sitting up there and, just the normal stuff. Clothes, DNA, gunshot residue, fingerprints, the kind of normal stuff, alibis. Not destructions. In the video, it looks like many tiny trees and moss. They did not have a problem walking through it. Well, I don't know, because I honestly don't. I don't know. It did seem like that was rather, but who knows at that time of year. And then there's a big tree. And then there was a big tree. I don't remember anything about a police car in the warehouse area. I just remember the guys comment and voices and fire. But perhaps you've read something you could share with us. I self-identify as Balin. So those of you who don't know who Balin is, because I did get asked by somebody, kind of, you seem to keep throwing out that term. Balin is connected to Brenda Forbes, 1 Degree of Separation by Andre Levesque, who is a very interesting individual as well. 1 Degree of Separation. And Mr. Balin, Richard Balin, is the Director General for Covert Operations, RCMP Canada. He oversees all operations, all criminals, like black ops stuff, so to speak. Do they know each other? Perhaps. That's why I keep throwing out the term Balin. Seems an awfully interesting connection between Brenda. She's got some very powerful friends. Where are you seeing the bank statements? Okay, here we go. Ashland, very quick with the response. Good. I love evidence. COM 59014. Excellent. Thank you. Banking records. Thank you. See, this is so good. Everybody's just got stuff. And big question is, big question is, who is she? They're going to such great lengths to protect her. Yes. To absolve her and protect her. Her and others. There's other people in the Banfield family that seem to be protected. Mr. Larkin seems to be appointed there very quickly to them. RCMP Larkin, who is he? He's a ghost on the internet. Okay. They don't charge people they're protecting. They're protecting themselves. So what's going on? Where's all the money coming from? I would add the walk around video, Basalt and others, confusion into the perspective and extremely sparse stand by Nova Scotia standards. Okay, you guys, I'm not even going to weigh in on this. I don't know anything about. Hell, we call it forest out here. You guys call it woods. So I won't even go there. Janice Walker, if Lisa was hiding in the woods so close to Leon's, wouldn't she have heard him go out at 4 a.m.? 3:33. 3:33. He likes the, I don't know. He's very particular about the time. Saw lights of Leon's. I don't know. That would be an interesting drive. You may drive by things. LB contracted mild case of Dutch elm, thereby proving her story. Is there something that you can get for that so that you don't get it? Question: how well does Leon know Lisa? How about Leon comes and gives evidence with cross-examination, open, full, wide cross-examination, an affidavit in addition? That would be great. So many questions. To Janice, asked some very good questions. He said he only met her once or twice, I think. Leon, yeah. And there seemed to be some problem with, they wouldn't elaborate on that. No lawyer asked. What was the problem between Leon and Gabriel? What was the relationship between Gabriel and Andrew McDonald? No question asked there. What about, did they go to get into the Fishers? I can't remember. If Lisa was so well loved and protected in PBR, no. OBE. Only on the villas, man. Only in the villas. Why did Leon say to her, get the fuck out of my house? She's bad news to 911. Good question. Gabriel Wortman did not like Leon, and not many like him. That is absolutely not true. It's the funniest statement. Sorry, statements. Very perplexing. Again, yesterday, that's just one. I'll read a whole pile. Coming from some very strange sources too. I'm like, how the hell could you speak positively of this man? This morning I was rewatching something that was recorded very early on by one of the family members. And I'll tell you, there is vitriol dripping off of that. Like raw anger. And I don't see it. I don't, I can understand some people just being so shocked, but there's other people who are just not at all. I'm angry at a TV. Come get this fucking woman out of my house. Gabriel burned his own house down. Of course he did. Still trying to reason that one. Can't quite figure that one out. A house is burning down, so of course you assume that it's that person that burnt it down. Don't think that's my go-to. Even if I don't like that person. Let's not forget Grun told the kids lost power because Gabe hit power pole. Nobody else mentions losing power in Portapic. His affidavit seems to be absent of that. Grund told the kids. All right. Sorry. I'm reviewing what the kids told him. Bathurst could have said, come on the show, pull me through about 1822. Is that what the window measures at? 18 by 22? I'd like to have the dimensions for that. Because then, you could make a paper copy as to how big something is. You could tape together pieces of paper, hypothetically, and you could go through that, right? You could hold it up to, say, of course, I'm a guy, and hell, I'm not what I once used to be, but, it kind of gives you a visual, hypothetically, if this were, say, the correct size. And then you have to envision that there's a headrest also in the way. It could easily be replicated, right? Just saying. Her feet would have been shredded running through those woods. It would not have been bloody, not just dirty. It would have been stumps. Her knees, she's crawling around, gravel roads. I don't think Lululemon and gravel get along well, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's what they use to line dump trucks and stuff, because it's so durable. That's what they know out on the West Coast with Lululemon, sending it off to Vietnam to get sewed. Brenda Lucky stole Lisa's Lululemons for the next RCMP uniform. Oh, they don't even have a dress code anymore. Everybody just wears whatever the fuck they want. Don't worry, I'm a good guy. I'm wearing the yellow stripe. I'm not have a stripe on my pants. Maybe I got a ball cap on today. Tomorrow I'll wear a cowboy hat. Was ERT Lisa described same as the one in Petrican? Was it ERT? Who knows? Black truck, right? And then she had to wait for the TAV. I'm not sure why, but just for that little junket. Couldn't take her out in any other car but the TAV. I find it hard to believe that Lisa Banfield would let Wortman, something around as much as he did without dipping her toe into the hot tub as well. Again, the salacious stuff, but, was it, can be easily, and they love that because it's very misleading, gets people off the scent, but not that I'm saying that that's not valid. It is. There seems to be a few relationships going on. So does it go both ways? Maybe. You never know. You never know. That's what I'd say. Hiding friendship. Watch Leon 1 hour on YouTube. He meets Gabriel Wortman a few times. Keep speaking about him. Did not like him, but meet him more. I can't answer any of that. But good question. No ERT. ERT from Gabe's fleet. Who knows? MCC didn't mention who they were. Oh, New Brunswick. New Brunswick ERT. New Brunswick ERT doesn't arrive until the morning. I think I saw where it was, but I'm sure somebody in here's got that already answered because I'm slow on the comments. What about a picture? How about a picture of the tree she slept in? How about a reenactment? How about an overnighter with somebody of said size? I'll chip in to a donate fund. I'm sure there'll be some actor who will be more than happy to take that up. Said size, like clothing, etc. Same conditions in said tree. Let's see how well that goes. Pick up at 6:30. Here you go. We'll be back. Why didn't she get into the tree? Why did she get in? Why didn't she get in the tree? Yes, absolutely. If the tree doesn't fit, you can't acquit. I thought a few ERT trucks went and tab as well. Yes, they had to do journey number 2 because you needed the tab to come. Who was in the tab at that point again? Should have lost digits. Yes. Cold and digits don't get on in my experience. Video got released common sense that would make it obvious that she would have died of exposure that night. Give her coats to warm up Clinton and all that stuff for transporting them for medical services. Afterward, there was one ERT pumping gas with Gabe while they set the rest across the hay. I don't know what to believe about any of that stuff, honestly. I will say, I'm on the record for a long time saying big stock. Well, yeah, I don't think that's very long after. Big stock. Yeah, totally phony. Was summarized, no mention of seeing kids who car, warehouse gate. Speaking is also original foundational document. Okay, I don't know where the document is saying that the car was there. So, 5904, her statement, asked Banfield questions about bank account. Also MCC interview. About which bank account? How many does she have? Holy fuck, man. She's got a pile and she knows CDIC laws. Meaning the depositor insurance laws. She knows 100 grand's the limit. So they just keep opening bank accounts? I don't know anything.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure that your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
Money coming from Toronto who can go to a Brinks facility, not even a regular member, not dealing with CIs. No way. Gotta be somebody extra special. An interior designer down in Toronto, their friend, who likes Vietnamese girls, young ladies. Robert, who say crouched down a point in video. I thought 6 months past vertebrae injured. Yeah, well, you know, some people can heal really speedy. HRP, ERT was around too somewhere, Becca. Of course, you know, CCM, MCC, backward, upside down world. GW transferred F-150 to Lisa. Paperwork. Yeah. Is it fake? Don't know. I don't have to blaze through here. Some here. Mild cases, Dutch elm. Plastic wood prescribed. Is it act as an insulator against cold? Why is Andrew McDonald not testifying? Very good question. Very, very good question. Might be right up there with Leon or several, or Dion Sutton. Might be, I don't know. That was again, new Wortman'S cop cars and guns normalized for some reason. Well, before it got sidetracked by the three amigos. And pictures just surfacing. Right. Remember, Mills said that Lisa 430 can come out on the road. He said have Lisa 430. I'm not recalling, but can you help me? Countryside. That was the worst evidence ever. Leon legally swear on an affidavit he has claimed red flag MHA attack when he moved from Nova Scotia. Did he move from Nova Scotia? He's terrified of Port Pic, right? Magic, really. I heard it was sold, conflicting stories, vehicles. Crazy tinfoil theory suggests Lisa Banfield fled in F-150, came back next morning. I don't know, can they provide more evidence as to the truck, aside from like a shit? Sure they can. With VINs? Stamped VINs in the frame? Because there's multiple points in VINs. Not just that little plate that you can see. Engine stamps, etc. Didn't cut only one time, according to him, as I recall. He did some work for him, and he wasn't happy about that. There was a falling out, apparently. Read my text above. Robert T. Okay, Lisa has two attorneys. Mr. Lockyer, who's all over the place in the story. Many other interesting stories. Tony Halo's car dealership or parts. Because that's how you do evidence, right? Did Christine offer, or, sorry, did Charlene offer to do a reenactment? I don't know. I bet you she would, but I don't know. I'm not going to speak for her, but perhaps somebody else has answered that already. Thought Leon said it was over him dating Lisa McCulley when Gabe turned him in. Some people had some interesting things to say about that. But again, what is real? What is sown? From War Room, documents showing OPP, Banfield, possible fraud selling F-150. Never did mention that she could see or smell fires. Smell gas. Smell gas. Are they German too? Bjorn is German. I'm pretty sure he's German. Definitely speaks German. They're buddy with Klaus in Toronto. Oh, yes, Klaus. Yes, Viennese Klaus. Yeah, that was terrible evidence. Wouldn't buy that at all, nor would a judge. Worst evidence ever. No, sorry, actually, I've seen some real doozies, but it ranks up there. Here, there's the brake pad from afar in a pile of trash. I used to work on cars, and I like Fords. VINs in frames, very good. No, he moved to Five Islands. Leon moved to Five Islands. It is not an insulator. Only applied at room temperature. Okay, Brenda Brand. Oh, they're taking a long time for these 2 minutes. I might even catch up with questions. You never know. Of course I won't, but. In all Lisa's statements, she said F-150 was outside the warehouse. Now it's magically inside the warehouse, burnt beyond recognition. Things move, don't you know? 3 bears. Okay, there sounds like they're coming back. Ready to eat my porridge, growled Stanton. Someone's been eating my porridge, said McDonald. Someone's been eating my porridge and it's all gone, cried
Welcome
Finch.
back. The proceedings are again in session.
You're relying on past practice or where you're relying on your notes. So do you have a clear recollection, an independent recollection of attending the DeBert Air Base on July
Yes.
6th? You do, okay. Do you have a clear recollection of attending the perpetrator's cottage in Portapique?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of, I want to clarify the chronology here. So I believe we agree that this file initiated with a call at 10:01 a.m. from Brenda Forbes on July 6, 2013, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a call to OCC, Provincial Dispatch?
Yes.
And you had already commenced your shift at that point?
Yes.
So you then pull over to the side of the road to take the call?
Well, that is best practice. But I mean, if you ask me, you know, in that moment, did I do that? I would say to you, my best practice, that's what I would have done.
Do you have a memory of doing it?
No.
Okay. So you received the information from dispatch and you believe you were in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And and the next thing that happens, did you tell us that you then went to, so based on the information provided to you by dispatch, you then made notes in your notebook?
Yes.
Okay.
From talking with Miss Forbes.
From you personally talking with Miss Forbes or from dispatch talking with Miss Forbes?
Me personally talking with Miss Forbes.
Okay. So you receive the information from OCC, you then contact Miss Forbes?
Yes.
By telephone or do you go visit her?
No, by telephone.
Okay, you reach her by telephone and you have notes of that conversation?
Well, those are the notes that would be that have been submitted as evidence.
Okay, so that's the one page that runs roughly 3/4 of a page, half page in length?
Yes.
And they're your entire notes that you have in regards to this complaint from Ms. Forbes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the notes you make are from the call with Ms. Forbes. What do you do then? Is that when you then go to Portapique to look for the perpetrator?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have further contact with Ms. Forbes prior to your visit to Portapique, is that correct? Besides the telephone call you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. So you go to Portapique, you make an attempt to have contact with the perpetrator, you're unsuccessful, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember knocking on the door, leaving Portapique?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point after that, visiting Miss Forbes at the DeBert Air Base?
Yes.
And the purpose of that visit was to say that you were basically concluding the file?
Well, the purpose of that visit is to explain what you've done in regards to the file, and then advise them that the file will be concluded.
Okay, so what did you do in regards to that file? You visited Portapique? Anything else?
Yes. Did I do anything else?
Yes.
I would have contacted the complainant to let him know of the complaint.
Okay. And we will get into that so that the subject of the complaint, oh, you contacted the complainant or the subject of the complaint?
Oh, sorry, subject. I would have called the subject of the complaint to advise of the complaint, and then I would have spoke to the complainant to advise what we've done as far as the file is concerned, and then it would be concluded.
And you contacted the subject of the complaint after you left Portapique?
Yes.
And you recall if that was on the same day?
No.
It could have been on the same day, could have been a different day, you don't recall?
Yes. Yes, I don't recall.
But it was before your visit with Ms. Forbes at the
Yes.
DeBert Air Base. And
Yes.
you believe you left a voicemail to simply inform him that there was a complaint, but the matter's concluded?
Yes.
And
Not that the matter would be concluded, but there was a complaint.
that there was a complaint against him by Brenda
Yes.
Forbes?
No. You don't tell who made the complaint. You advise them that a complaint has been made, but you wouldn't provide who made the complaint against you.
And do you have a recollection of leaving that voicemail?
Yes, I called him and left a message. I'm pretty sure that I've called and left a message on his answer machine.
And that would have been a phone number you received and likely noted in your notebook?
No, not necessarily. It could have been a number that I looked up, located through PROS or whatever, made a phone call to the residents.
But you didn't note it in your notebook? The phone number you dialed?
I wouldn't have to, because if I looked it up and I'm sitting in front of the computer, I would just put it on my file.
What if you had to call them again?
It would already be on my file.
You have other phone numbers in your notebook, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes, but you don't have the perpetrator's phone number in your notebook there for July 6th?
Because the complainant didn't provide that to me.
So you looked it up, you didn't note it, and then you called them and left a voicemail?
Yes.
And the content of that voicemail, what information did you convey in that voicemail?
You would convey what the complaint was and let him know that a complaint has been made against him.
Okay. And then after that is when you went to the DeBert Air Base to visit with Ms. Forbes?
At some point in time, yes.
At some point, and that's the meeting that you had and advised her that that the file was basically closed?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that's just a brief overview of some of the issues we'll get into. So thanks for that overview. I want to start by looking at COM 11709. Please, that's your notes. Okay, and perhaps while we're doing that, I can cover something else off. You keep referencing a first instance file.
Yes.
What's a first instance file?
A first instance file is a file that is something that you would attend, and it can be concluded within the first instance. You conduct your investigation. There's no charges. Nothing else is going to be done in the file, and then it's going to be concluded.
Okay. And what investigation did you conduct in this file to conclude it?
Well, my job at that point in time was to go out and try to locate the individual. If I caught him driving in a reckless manner and or causing disturbance, my job at that point in time would have been to deal with that individual with whatever way I felt fit, either to provide a ticket with him and or charge him under the criminal code.
So you were operating under an assumption that you had to witness the crime being committed in order to charge the perpetrator with an offense. Is that your testimony?
If he's driving around in an unruly manner, it's my job to determine if that's how he's doing it. And if he's causing disturbance, I would be there to see if he caused the disturbance. And if so, then I would speak to whoever he was dealing with and causing disturbance to, take statements from those individuals and go from there.
But you're suggesting to us that because you did not locate him, because you did not witness the commission of this offense, that the file was then concluded.
Yes.
So your evidence is that you had to witness an offense being committed in order to get the reasonable grounds to arrest or to charge. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
So if someone calls you up and says that the perpetrator is robbing a bank on Pleasant Street, and if you arrive and the bank's been robbed and the perpetrator is no longer present, you didn't witness the robbery, so you cannot arrest that suspect for bank robbery?
No, sir. At that time, what you do is you would take statements from individuals and take detailed statements about what occurred so that they give you the information that then allows you to proceed with your investigation.
What detailed statements did you take in this case, sir?
There was none.
Did you take a statement from Glenn Wortman?
No.
Do you have a record of reaching out to Glenn Wortman?
I don't even know who Glenn Wortman is.
He's in your notes, right?
Absolutely.
Did you take a statement from anyone named Lisa?
No.
Did you make contact with anyone named Lisa?
No. How would I know who Lisa is?
Well, you have a Lisa note in your notes, right?
Absolutely.
Did you make contact with
That's the information that I would have received from the complainant.
Okay. Did you follow up with any of the witness names or the names in your notes to further your investigation in this matter?
It was a driving point.
Yes. And there's names in your... Go ahead.
So when you attend, my job is to catch him driving in an unsafe manner.
But what if you have 3 witnesses that observed him driving in an unsafe manner?
Then you would take statements from those 3 individuals.
So where are your efforts to locate the names in your notes? Did you make any, sir?
No.
How was your investigation furthered by a failed attempt to visit the perpetrator at his cottage in Portapique?
I'm sorry?
How did visiting the perpetrator, attempting to visit the perpetrator in Portapique, being unsuccessful, how did that further your investigation such that you could close it?
Because that event of him driving around or being aggressive towards people is over.
So, what does that mean?
So what more am I going to investigate?
Well, under section 494, 495 of the criminal code, you can arrest someone that has committed an offense, correct? It doesn't have to be
Yes.
current, right?
Right.
So you have a complaint, and we can leave aside for the moment the substance of that complaint, whether it's a decommissioned car complaint or whether it's a domestic assault complaint, but you are investigating an offense, correct?
Yes.
And I'm asking you, what, if any, efforts did you make to investigate that offense? You went to the perpetrator's cottage?
Well, we made a patrol. We went out there looking for the individual. We're looking to obtain the information that's going to allow us to, again, to proceed with a charge under the Motor Vehicle Act, and or if we locate and speak with the individual or anybody else that has witnessed this event, we would have taken statements at that point in time.
And that's
All
what
right.
I
So we went to the house. We go to the house. We knock on the door. There's nobody else out in the streets. There's nobody come to us to say, we witnessed this or whatever. And we're off to another call.
So no one came up to you voluntarily and said, we didn't witness this. But you agree with me that you did not reach out to any of the witnesses or the individuals named in your notes, right?
I didn't know any of the individuals named in the notes.
So why do you think these names are in your notes?
I would assume that Ms. Forbes provided those names to me.
Right? As witnesses, correct?
No, not necessarily.
What other reason?
It could be, again, if we're getting into hyperbole or if, what could have, we could talk all day, right? The thing of it is you have to understand, sir, I don't have my file sitting in front of me. I'm going off nothing but my memory, okay? I don't have the ability to sit here and say, okay, at this time this happened, at this time this happened, at this time this statement was made, or this was done. I don't have any of that. I'm going off nothing but my memory. So you have to understand that I can give you snippets. I can give you what I remember. But as far as the file, the information would have been in the file. I don't have that. So I'm relying on nothing but memory.
Understood. And you've outlined, I think with a memory, you've outlined what you did in the course of this investigation.
Absolutely.
And we went over that at the outset, right?
Yes.
So my question to you was, how was your investigation? How were you able to conclude your investigation? And I believe you said you were able to conclude it, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you did not witness the perpetrator either driving erratically or causing a disturbance, but since you didn't witness it, that was enough for you and you wrapped up your file.
Well, again, my job is to deal with the information that I have. My job is to deal with the file that's in front of me. And then my job is then to go on to the next file, because this isn't the only call that I took that day.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't have the ability to sit around and say, oh yeah, we're going to spend an hour on this. There's other calls that are coming in.
Yeah.
There's other files that you have to go to.
And this was deemed to be the lowest priority, correct? Assist to general public?
It depends on what other files were going on at that time.
No, my question is the codification you used for this file, assist to general public, that's the lowest?
Yes.
That's the lowest codification you have in your system, correct?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Yeah. Can you think off the top of anything to indicate a less serious offense than assist to general public?
in my business, cause disturbance, noise complaints, driving complaints, speeding, people on the highway.
So just one final question on your trip to Portapique, and then I'm going to move on. So when you set out to Portapique to engage with the perpetrator, it was to make firsthand observations yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't make those observations. You didn't reach the perpetrator. There was nothing else that you learned to further your investigation from the time that you had set out to investigate and travel to Portapique, correct?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, correct. Sorry. I didn't find out any more information. No.
Yeah. And then after, so when you set out to meet with the perpetrator, you didn't meet with him, you left a voicemail to advise that he was the subject of the complaint, and then you advised Brenda Forbes that the complaint was being dismissed, essentially.
Yes.
Did I miss any of your investigation steps that you took in the course of this investigation? Did I overlook anything?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, so if we can please bring up COM 11709. All right, so were all these notes made on July 6, 2013?
Yes.
And so at the top there, I see the 130706, that's July 6, 2013.
Yes.
And 0700 is your start time of your shift.
Yes.
And 1700, that's the time your shift ended that day?
Oh, well, that's what the shift is.
Okay, that's what the shift is. And to the best of your knowledge, that's when your shift ended that day?
I have no idea.
Okay. And you made notes about the roads, sunny, clear, dry roads?
Yes.
Okay. On the right side, what are those notes next to sunny, clear?
My team is Team 3.
Team 3?
I had a portable that I carry on me, which is Bible Hill 09.
Yes.
And 05 Bravo 2 would be the call sign of my vehicle.
And you indicated, okay, moving along, Steve Kirby, you don't know who that is?
No.
Brenda Forbes, you do know who that is. That's
She would have been the complainant.
She was the complainant. 293 is her address that she likely gave you
Yes.
when speaking with her. And there's C1 personal information. Are they both phone numbers?
I don't know. I guess. I don't know. Her phone number would have definitely been there. I don't know what the second one would be.
Yeah. And I'm not going to ask you to read me what the actual...
It might have been her date of birth. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not asking you what the content is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not asking you what the actual personal information is. In other words, I'm not going to ask you to read out a phone number or read out a date of birth. I'm just asking you simply what the nature of the information that is under the C1 redaction. So the first one I see 902. So that's a phone number.
Yes.
And do you know now whose phone number that is?
That would be Miss Forbes.
Sorry, Mr. Bryson, you can't see, but counsel for the DOJ is on her feet.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a brief note, I'm not sure if Constable Maxwell has the unredacted notes before him, but I mean, you've hit the right things. I mean, I could tell that what's under those redactions if it's required, if he doesn't have it in front of him, that's all.
You mean you can tell the nature of what's under the redactions?
I can
as opposed
advise
to the
counsel
redactions?
if Constable Maxwell is not able to, I don't know if he has a copy of the unredacted notes
Well,
before him.
he surmised a phone number and a date of birth.
Thank you. Okay. And then next we have the perpetrator's name, the date of, or not date of birth, but that's...
An approximate age.
Approximate age, that would have been provided to you by Ms. Forbes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have 200 Portapique Beach Road. What did you take that to mean?
Where his residence was.
Okay. Below that, Glenn Wortman. What did you understand that name was in reference to?
Again, I don't know.
Okay. And below that, Orchard Beach.
Yes.
There's a word
I would assume that would be where he would live.
Okay. And why do people normally give you other names? Like, can you tie this in based on your experience, why these other names are in your notes?
It could be anything from, do you know who Glenn Wortman is? No. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I can only tell you that those are the notes that I took that day.
Yeah.
Those are the only notes that I took in regards to this incident. Those are the notes that I provided.
So you described the function of note-taking, that one of the most important things is to note the relevant information, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the fact that you have other names here, what's relevant is likely the fact that they're witnesses. Would you not agree with that?
No.
But you can't think of any other reason why these names might be in your notes?
Again, sir, it could be for any reason. It could be, do you know Richard Ellison? I don't know Richard Ellison. I don't know Glenn Wortman. I don't know Gabriel Wortman.
Why are they in your notebook, though? I'm asking you, based on your experience and past practice, what
It's
other...
the information that Ms. Forbes provided.
Thank you. So other names that Ms. Forbes likely provided to you are in your notebook, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And below that, we have Richard Ellison.
Yes,
And these are individuals that you never contacted through the course of your investigation, right?
no. It would have nothing to do with my
No,
file.
and as you never contacted them, because the question was right, and he said no. So can you ask the question again?
Yes. And the names that we just went over in your notebook, these are names, besides Brenda Forbes, these are names of persons you had no contact with in the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct, because they have nothing to do with my file to my knowledge.
These people have nothing to do with your file or the complaint from Brenda Forbes, even though she provided you with the names. Is that your evidence?
Again, sir, what I'm saying to you is I wrote down the information that Ms. Forbes gave me. When I go out and I conduct my file, I'm going out looking for an individual who's driving around in the neighborhood in an unsafe manner, being belligerent or whatever towards people. I go out, that's what my job is. I'm going out looking for this individual. I don't know if Glenn Wortman was in the car with him. I don't know if Richard Ellison was in the car with him. I don't know. I don't have that information because I don't have my file. I can only give you what I remember.
And do you know how much of these notes were comprised of information given to you by OCC, and how much of these notes were given to you or comprised by information given to you by Brenda Forbes in that first telephone conversation?
Well, again, sir, what I would tell you is best practice. I'm not going to write down what OCC is going to give me because it's going to be on my file already. So that information would have come from Ms. Forbes.
All of it?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, so I thought you had said previously that when OCC had dispatched the call to you that you made notes. That's not correct?
No, it gets sent to our car.
Okay.
It comes down to our car on a computer. So when you open up the screen, it'll tell you what the complaint is, who the complainant is, what the number is, all those type of things. So when you call your complainant, you're creating a database for the RCMP essentially. So you're gonna put the complainant down. You're gonna put her full name down, her address, her date of birth, her phone number, all those things, because it goes into a database. So again, I can only answer the questions in a manner in which I know. And again, this information would have come from Ms. Forbes.
And just to clarify in terms of the chronology here, I'm just trying to confirm how much of this investigation was conducted on July 6th. So we agree that the OCC dispatch occurred on July 6th, is that fair?
Yes.
That you had initial contact with Ms. Forbes on July 6th?
I would have spoken to her on the phone.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was on July 6th?
Yes.
And then you went to Portapique on July 6th?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge. It is in my notebook on the 6th. So I would have went there on the 6th.
Okay, where is it in your notebook that you went to Portapique?
The date is above it.
Yes. I see names.
So
and
that would have been my file to attend.
yes, my question is, you're telling us that you attended Portapique on July 6th?
Yes.
And did you phone the perpetrator on July 6th?
I have no idea about that.
Did you go to the DeBert Air Base on July 6th?
No.
That was another day.
Yes.
When this mass casualty happened, April 18th and 19th, 2020, and you heard the names involved, did that register with you at all? Just in terms of the familiarity?
No.
Okay. Did you, in terms of Brenda Forbes, when you heard, did you come across Brenda Forbes' media releases in regards to her contact with police?
No.
When was the first time you heard Brenda Forbes' name?
For this?
Yes. Well, for anything besides this.
Tell you the God's honest truth, I probably would have heard about her giving some sort of interview, but that probably would have been this year.
Did it register with you at the time she gave the interview in 2020, 2 years ago, that this is someone you had dealt with and that you were the officer involved?
No.
Okay.
I didn't even, other than the event occurring. Right?
Sorry,
I don't, other than this event and when the event happened.
And we're talking the July 6th event?
No, in 2020.
2020 event, yes.
Yes. No, I don't watch the news. No, I don't. I didn't watch any of this stuff unfolding other than what was being reported in the news. And then somebody contacted me and asked me to look at my notes.
And who contacted you?
Constable Cliff Berryman.
Okay. And you recall when that was?
No.
Would that have been around the June 3rd meeting with Corporal McKay? June 3rd?
It would have been before that.
Okay, before that?
Yes.
And where did you had your notes stored, I take it, and you found your notebook?
Yes.
And then you came across this one page of entry?
Yes.
And as you were looking for your notes, did you have any reason to believe that you were the officer that had dealt with Ms. Forbes or had named the perpetrator in your notebook as a subject of complaint?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, so you were asked to look for your notes, right? And I believe everyone
Yes.
in the detachment was asked to look through their notes
Right.
to go back. When you were
Yes.
looking for your notes, did you have any recollection of dealing with Ms. Forbes or the perpetrator being named in your notebook as you were starting your look through your notebooks?
No, you look through your notebook so that it'll give you that snippet in time that will jog your memory.
So what I'm saying is that you didn't expect to see the name, in other words.
I don't know. Like, that's why I went to look.
You went to look, but did you have any independent recollection of meeting with Ms. Forbes when you went to look prior to coming across your notebook?
No.
Okay. And then you came across your notebook, and at that point, your memory was refreshed to having dealt with Ms. Forbes?
No. If I'm being honest, I remember going to Portapique on the call.
Yeah.
Right? That was my first memory was, yeah, I attended that residence.
Okay. So I want to talk about the meeting with Corporal McKay. You went to Corporal McKay's office to meet?
No, I went to, well, it's my office as well.
Okay.
So major crime is in the Bible Hill detachment.
Yeah.
So I was asked to look for my notes. I located the notes. I walked down to her office and said, I found these notes.
Now, in reviewing the notes, it appears that, and sorry, Berryman's a constable, right?
Yes.
I just wasn't sure if it was a sergeant. You were with Constable Berryman at the time of this meeting with Corporal McKay?
Yes.
Yeah, and what was,
I wouldn't say it was a meeting. I took in my notes and we sat down and had a conversation.
And why was Constable Berryman there with you?
Just because he was there.
Is he a union rep or does he provide any advice?
No.
Okay. So
he's just another member.
Yeah. Did he participate in the discussion?
Oh, sure. I don't know.
Yeah. So during this meeting, did Corporal McKay discuss with you a possible code of conduct violation depending on what you recalled?
No.
Did you hear that after the meeting? Anything to do with a possible code of conduct violation?
No.
Okay. Is this the first time you're hearing it when I speak these words to you now?
Yes.
So you had no idea that Corporal McKay in her notes had surmised and referenced the topic of a code of conduct investigation for potentially failing to investigate. You did not know that?
No.
And you're just learning of it now?
Yes.
And sir, what did you do to prepare for today?
Nothing. I showed up.
Okay. Did you read your statement to the MCC?
No.
Okay. Did you read the summary of your meeting with Corporal McKay?
No.
Okay. Did you watch Ms. Forbes' testimony last week or read about it?
No.
Oh, you didn't even read the news articles afterwards?
No.
Okay. And why, well, I'm just curious, why is that? Why wouldn't you pay attention?
Well, I struggle with PTSD. And for me, I stay away from anything that's going to cause me any type of stress or anxiety. So I generally don't watch the news or listen to interviews or anything because of my mental health.
So I'm going to move to an email, and I may not have to produce it on screen. We'll see how this goes. But I'm referring, for the benefit of everyone, I'm referring to COM 36508. And Madam Registrar, can you refresh my memory? Is this an exhibit or this is not an, is this one we can display or not display?
We can.
Okay, perhaps if we can produce it on the screen then.
And that'll be exhibit 3534.
Thank you. And can we make that bigger so that Constable Maxwell can read the content and we can all read it? I just want to take you down to, you can stop after the file was, so we can leave it there, Madam Registrar. The file was purged on August 8th, 2015, which means it was concluded on August 8th, 2013. Is that date significant to you, or do you recall anything about that specific date in this matter?
No.
Okay. My understanding was that the July 6th complaint was processed mostly on the 6th. It might have been wrapped up on the 7th or 8th of July. Is that your recollection, or do you recall anything about that timeline?
I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
Yeah. So my understanding in terms of when you actually concluded this file was 1 or possibly 2 days at most after July 6th.
It probably, I would have tried to do whatever I needed to do for that file within that block, those 5 shifts.
Right, okay.
And if you can't get it done within those 5 shifts, then you continue until you can.
Yeah. And again, I think we addressed there really wasn't anything more for you to do though, right?
No.
This email references the complaint coming in at July 6th at 10:01, and I think you've already accepted that that's accurate. Right?
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, the 1001 is accurate to the best of your recollection?
I don't know. That would have been on the file.
You're noted as lead on this file in this email. That's your understanding as well. You were lead.
Yes.
Okay. And the file was concluded as assistance to general public. We've covered that, right?
Yes.
And in terms of any other progress that you can note on this investigation, from the time that you left the perpetrator's cottage, I believe you indicated that there was no further progress you made on this investigation, right?
Again, that would have been in the file, right? So whatever I would have done would have been documented in the file within either reports or whatever. So at that point in time, I don't have the file here to look back on. So I can tell you that so I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm actually going to move on. So in these notes and in Corporal McKay's notes that the Commission Counsel has put before you, there's the subject matter of the complaint. And I believe you agreed that the subject matter of the complaint, as noted by Corporal McKay, you had no reason to doubt the accuracy of her notes. In other words, what she likely noted as you telling her is likely what you told her on this date, June 9th, 2020. Is that fair?
Yes. The first time I ever even seen the notes were today.
Yeah. Okay, and you had a chance to read them?
No.
You didn't have a chance to read them when Commission Counsel had them up on the screen?
Well, yes, that's when I read them.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest this to you, sir. So this reference to a decommissioned car is not found anywhere in the notes of your conversation with Corporal McKay, right? You didn't mention decommissioned car to Corporal McKay, did you?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'm going to suggest to you that the first time you reference a decommissioned car complaint is in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you can certainly tell me different if I'm wrong.
I don't know. I have no idea about that.
Okay. And you have a memory now of suggesting that the complaint involved a decommissioned car, right?
Again, sir, I can remember there being 3 cars in a driveway. There was a car backed in, there was a car behind it, and I believe there was a crashed or damaged car to the left of it. That's my memory. I can't give you more than that.
And in terms of, I'm just going to talk about the issues that a decommissioned car might raise with you. So a decommissioned car. So you're aware of provisions in the criminal code for personation of police officers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware of provisions that pertain to stunting, which is 50 kilometers over the speed limit, right? If someone's speeding.
Yes.
You're aware of also offenses under the Motor Vehicle Act pertaining to lesser forms of speeding, 1 to 15 over, 16 to 30, 31
Yes.
and over, correct?
Yes.
So there are potential criminal code offenses and motor vehicle offenses when the subject matter involves a decommissioned car speeding around a neighborhood. Right?
I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean.
Can you think of criminal code offenses that could...
Sorry, Mr. Bryson. Ms. McPhee?
I'm just going to object. I'm just not sure what the foundation of that question is. Mr. Bryson suggesting that there's evidence that there was a decommissioned car at play, or that he had information that there was a decommissioned car driving around the neighborhood.
Pardon?
I'm wondering if it's an evidence that the complaint involved a decommissioned car driving around the neighborhood.
Is there evidence?
You're asking him, you're suggesting to him there are possible criminal offenses, and I'm just wondering if there's a foundation for the criminal offenses you're putting to him that relate actually to the complaint that he was investigating.
Commissioners, I would suggest that objection is not appropriate. What I'm suggesting to this witness is that even the subject, we can disagree about domestic assault or other types of investigation, but even if the matter involved a decommissioned car, there are criminal and regulatory offenses that could be triggered for this member to investigate.
Yeah, I don't think that's the nature of her objection. The nature of her objection is can you ask the witness whether or not when he gave a statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, was it his understanding that the offense involved a decommissioned police car, or that I think that's the foundation that she's.
It is, but
saying.
further, I would actually point out that the fact that he noticed a white, I think Crown Victoria was his evidence, doesn't mean that there's a regulatory offense in owning a white Crown Victoria in 2013, to my knowledge, unless there's something here that we don't know.
Anyway, Mr. Bryson, I'll direct you. Let's get his statement up where he talked about a decommissioned car, and that'll be a foundation, and you can ask whatever questions you want from there.
Thank you. If we can do that, please. Turn to page, if we could turn to page 6, please. Or tell me when you're finished reading that paragraph.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is your answer to a question from Mr. Fowler, that you remember the substance of the complaint that involved a gentleman in the neighborhood driving around in an old decommissioned police car. He was tearing around the neighborhood, driving in a fast manner or unsafe manner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And my question to you is that even if we accept that this was the subject matter of the complaint, decommissioned police car, that this subject matter is going to possibly trigger criminal code and motor vehicle act violations to investigate, right?
I still don't understand your question.
If someone told you that someone is driving around, speeding around unruly in a decommissioned police car, what offenses are you investigating?
Speeding.
Can you think of any offenses you're investigating under the criminal code?
Causing a disturbance.
Thank you. And so this complaint of a possible criminal code offense causing a disturbance, and this complaint of a possible motor vehicle act, and again, I'm just using what you're telling us is what the substance of the complaint was. Your investigation of this possible criminal code offense and this possible motor vehicle act violation concluded without speaking with the witnesses. Any witnesses?
Ms. Forbes was the witness.
Well, she was a third party, right? That was your understanding. She didn't witness anything.
No, she was a third party to the assault. She called in the complaint about the driving complaint. Right? From what I understand today, what you're saying is Ms. Forbes provided information or provided information to somebody about an assault. And what I said was, in that regard, that would be a third party complaint. Right? I didn't say anything about Ms. Forbes not having information about this complaint.
So let's go back to my question. This possible criminal code violation, this possible motor vehicle act violation, you concluded it without taking a statement from any witness, right?
Yes.
And I think we covered this, but decommissioned car is not noted anywhere in your notebook, correct?
No, it's not.
If we can turn to the CPIC, I just have a couple of questions on the CPIC, COM 14702. And actually, before I get there, I just want to ask you a question about just back to your investigation. So you had said to me that it was a very busy day, right?
No, I did not say that, sir.
Okay.
What I said to you is when I'm working general duty or I'm the general duty police officer, we go to multiple calls a day.
Yeah.
On that day, I don't know how busy that day is. It was 9 years ago. So I can only tell you that when I left that complaint, we would move on to another complaint.
Yeah. So just on back to your notes, do any of your notes reflect your visit to Portapique to the perpetrator's residence?
No.
But it occurred that day is what you're telling us, right?
Yes.
And your notebook is chronological in fashion. In other words, you start at your shift at 7 a.m. and you start making notes regardless of the matter involved. So if you're on this file at 10 a.m. and you jump to another file at 12, well, that's going to follow in your notebook as the next matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are the entirety of your notes for July 6th, is that correct?
In regards to this file, yes.
Do you have other notes of activities you've done on July 6th?
In my notebook.
Have you looked at them to see if there's other activities noted on July 6th?
No.
Are there any other notes pertaining to your trip to Portapique?
No.
Okay. And you finished your shift at 5 p.m. that day, is what your notes indicate?
No, that's not his evidence.
Pardon?
That's not his evidence.
Based on the notebook, you had written at the top that your shift ended at 1700 hours. And I think I asked you if that was accurate.
And what I said,
he said he
sir, I
didn't
don't
know
know if, I wouldn't know what time I finished.
Excuse me, Mr.
That's
Maxwell.
what my shift is.
Yeah, Mr. Bryson, his shift, that was his scheduled shift. He said he didn't know what time he finished that day.
Okay. Would you normally change your notes if, for example, your shift ended later that day at the top? You would just leave it at, would you have notes to say when your shift ended?
You would finish your notes, whatever, just because your shift's supposed to end at 5, doesn't mean your shift's gonna end at 5.
Yeah.
If you receive a call at 4:53, you're gonna go on a call. That call might end at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
But I'm still gonna put down every day I start, I put down what shift I'm supposed to be working.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is in your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, you had indicated, and in your statement today, I believe, that you had attended the Portapique residence at dusk, correct?
That's my memory, yes.
And this is in July, so dusk is 7.
Again,
8
I can
o'clock.
only tell you my memory, and my memory would be that it was dusk. The sun was coming down. There was lights on in the house.
Yeah.
The next door neighbor's porch light was on. I remember that.
So let's go to the CPIC, just a couple of questions there on the COM 14702. At the top of the page, it says page 3. It says page 5 at the top. Okay, Madam Registrar, if we could go to page 5, it says 3 at the top, but yeah, okay, we're there. So there's a time entry here, officer, and I'm just wondering if you can tell us what that means based on your experience. So there's a 10:57 timestamp next to this entry for the perpetrator and your name. Do you know what that 10:57 would indicate?
I'm still trying to find where we're at.
Okay. So if we can just scroll down to 2013-0706, left-hand column. Yep, we were still on the same page. The same entry you looked at before with Miss Hill.
I've never seen one of these documents before, sir, so I'm not even sure where I'm looking or what I'm looking at.
Would that be the time of the CPIC inquiry, or you just simply don't know?
Oh, there it is there. So the 1057, I have no idea what that 1057 is.
Yep. And then my other question on this document, we don't have to go there, but it says, so this entry appears twice. It appears also under CNI name queries. Do you know what that means, CNI name queries?
Oh, shit. No, I don't know what the acronym stands for.
Yeah. Now, in terms of your evidence, at one point you had indicated that that you attended the residence with Constable McIsaac, correct?
Yes.
Now, does the fact that Constable McIsaac not recall ever attending this location with you cause you to change your evidence in any way?
No.
There's also a reference to you attending Portapique, possibly with Constable Sutherland. Does the fact that she has no notes or memory of this incident cause you to change your testimony in any way?
No.
Did you speak to either officer about this?
No.
So just in regards to that, 2 years ago in June, we have the recollection from Corporal McKay that you had indicated that you had gone to Portapique with Constable Sutherland, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now we have the recollection that you attended there with Constable McIsaac. Do you have any... Pardon? Sorry, go ahead.
With me?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I remember going there with Constable McIsaac. I remember attending again, and this is from my memory. I remember attending the residence, knocking on the door, there being no response.
So here's my question about that, though. Because you had said, based on Corporal McKay's notes, that it was someone else 2 years ago, do you have any reason to believe that your memory got better over time? 2 years ago, you had indicated to Corporal McKay, if we accept her notes, and I think you indicated you do, that it was Constable Sutherland that you attended the Portapique residence with. 2 years later, you're telling us it was Constable McIsaac. So my question to you is, do you have any reason to believe your memory's better now than it was 2 years ago?
No.
Okay. They're all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Next. All right. Thank you. Next counsel then, please. Mr. Maxwell, a second lawyer will be asking you some questions. She'll introduce herself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Constable Maxwell, my name is Erin Breen. I am counsel for Avalon Sexual Assault Center, Leaf, and Wellness Within. Good afternoon.
Okay. Well, hello, good afternoon.
Constable Maxwell, I'll be brief, but I did want to ask you, we have your commission interview and evidence, and
Yes.
you did talk about the fact that Bible Hill was a busy detachment.
It is a busy detachment.
Can you expand on that in terms of your daily duties? How many calls would you be taking per day?
Oh, I don't know that, ma'am, but what I would say to you that outside of Halifax detachment, Bible Hill is the busiest detachment in Nova Scotia. So I wouldn't be able to tell you how many calls a day or how many calls a year or anything like that. But from my experience from working in Port Hawkesbury, Wakeba, and Enfield, it's much busier than those three locations.
Okay, and I also understand you spend a lot of time on the road. Is that correct, driving?
Yes.
And in particular, in relation to this investigation, you would have driven to at least Portapique, correct, from Bible Hill?
Like for this instance?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. And what is the distance there, just so that we have it in the record?
probably 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Okay. And the DeBert airfield that you've referenced, how far would that be from Bible Hill?
Maybe 30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And the kinds of offenses that you were investigating, which you state were driving and causing a disturbance, are they common kinds of investigations that you would be doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I was to say to you, you would have had hundreds of those kinds of files over the last 9 years, would that be accurate?
Well, ma'am, I've been off the road for the last 5 years and been retired for the last 2.
Okay.
And I was, I've been injured. So I've been off the road for about 5 years.
Okay.
Before that, it would be a relatively, sorry, what was the question?
I was just trying to get a sense of how common these kinds of files are for Bible Hill. And
In Bible Hill, what I would say to you for general duty members, which I am, or I was, assaults, domestics, driving complaints, sudden deaths, these are something that we would investigate on a regular basis.
Okay, and Constable Maxwell, do you know a Constable Greg Wiley?
I do.
Okay, have you worked with him at Bible Hill Detachment?
Very rarely.
Okay.
If ever.
Constable Wiley he's also given an interview for the commission, and we anticipate he will be called as a witness. And there was something in his interview that I just wanted to read to you to see if you could comment. And commissioners, that is at Exhibit 1202, page 38, Madam Registrar, if we could pull that up for Constable Maxwell. So, Constable Maxwell, can you see the statement there on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you'll see the entry there, Greg Wiley.
Yes.
And if you go down partially through that paragraph, I'm having some difficulty seeing it, but it starts with, "But the way the sergeant put it to me." Do you see that there? Where that begins?
Yes.
Okay, okay, I'm just going to read it to the best of my ability. Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. "But the way the sergeant put it to me, he said it was an older dude, Gregory, who the hell's Gregory? It's me, Gregory. I'm going to teach you something here, so listen." And he said, "Almost everybody here gets this. And here in Colchester, here in Bible Hill, there's 2 types of investigations. The one you investigate and the one that you conclude." And he said, you have to figure out, is there anything to it or not? And that's what you have to decide. We got so many ticky-tacky calls, like if we wanted to pull my queue out and just go through things, like if you could just ring out all the calls, like 700 calls in a year or whatever, it would have been down. The thing sort of looking at, the thing is that how many, what did we get here sort of thing. You could see that there's a lot of ticky-tacky stuff where you don't look to write something off, and that's the expression you use, write it off. But you have to decide, is this have anything here? Do you have an offense being committed? Do you have a suspect? Do you have physical evidence? Do you have a witness or witnesses? So Constable Maxwell, did you get an opportunity to read that segment?
Just now with you.
Okay. And what I take from that is Constable Wiley is saying that in Bible Hill, and he makes the comment that he believes other members would have gotten the same talk from the sergeant when they started. Do you recall being told this by your sergeant in Bible Hill, this kind of a message?
No.
So this was never told to you that, you know, and as I understand it, the message is basically we're busy, and when you get to a call, if you don't have the evidence, you know, you write it off. You're saying you were never told that by your sergeant?
No.
Okay. And sir, I just want to conclude on that. I'm going to suggest to you in terms of what is being said by Ms. Forbes, because I'm a little concerned if you haven't read it. Do you know that Brenda Forbes is saying that she did report an assault against Lisa Banfield to you?
I didn't know that, no. But she didn't report that to me.
Okay. But do you understand that that's what she has testified to here at this inquiry?
No, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Do you understand that she has said in at least her original plea statement that she gave you the names of 2 witnesses to that assault because she hadn't witnessed it herself?
Okay, but no, I don't remember that.
Okay, you don't remember. But she says that she gave you 2 names, being Glenn Wortman and Richard Ellison.
Okay,
And those names do appear in your notebook, you said.
yes.
Okay. She's also said that in her original plea statement that when she met with you, she basically told you that Mr. Ellison, she didn't expect to cooperate or give any information, and that Mr. Wortman she had on speakerphone, and that he said to you, I'm not going to give any information. Do you understand that that's what she's told the commission?
From what you're just telling me now.
Okay. So my question to you is that if you arrive at a call and you're told of an offense that is basically at this point hearsay, and you're
Yes.
told that you don't have any witnesses to interview, is it
Yes.
likely that that is going to be concluded as a first instance file?
Well, it depends. You can put that in your notes, and if you put that in your notes, what Ms. Forbes alleges that she's told me, my corporal would ask me at that point in time, did you investigate this further? Right? You're just not going to go in and write it off because there are checks and balances within the situation. Right? So any information that I get, and again, the lack of notes is what gets me. Because anytime you have notes, those are the things that you're going to write down, and those are the things that you're going to put in your reports.
Right.
Right.
And you did note those names, as you said.
Yes.
You noted those names.
Yes.
Okay.
She would have provided those names.
And in terms of what you would have put in the PROS file, we no longer have that, correct? Because it's been purged?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Those are all my questions, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A third counsel, Ms. Miller, will be asking you some questions. Mr. Maxwell, Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Constable Maxwell. My name is Tara Miller, and I, with my colleague Alex Tagu, represent a family member of Kristen Beaton and her unborn child. They were victims of, as were many in the mass casualty. I have 2 areas I want to cover with you, really with a lens of looking at these things through the Commission's forward-looking mandate. To be able to give recommendations. And the first area I want to cover, just so that I have a better understanding, is the function of note taking and preserving notes.
Yes.
We have your notes. They are dated July 6, 2013. And we know they were disclosed to the RCMP on June 3rd, 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and my understanding of your evidence today is that you were contacted by someone and advised to look for notes from the summer of 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that Constable Cliff Berryman who would have conveyed that request to look for notes from the
Yes,
summer?
ma'am.
Okay. And just generally speaking, Constable Maxwell, when you take notes, when you're on duty, they're in a notebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that notebook issued by the RCMP to you, or do you purchase your own?
No, the RCMP issues those to you.
Okay, and during the course of a year, for example, how many notebooks would you go through?
It depends.
Okay.
Like it would depend on the individual. So I'm a person that generally takes notes. So I might have, say, 7 or 8 notebooks, or 2 or 3, where somebody might have 1 or 2, right?
Okay.
So it just depends on the individual.
Okay, and we know from the material that's been produced by the RCMP, and my friend Mr. Bryson took you to a June 10th, 2020 email from Angela McKay. It was Exhibit 3534. We don't need to bring it up, but it was an email where she was reviewing, and Mr. Bryson reviewed with you sort of the sequence of what the RCMP had done to investigate. And it was noted that you were the lead investigator on this matter involving the Brenda Forbes complaint. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it also noted that Constables McIsaac and Corporal Sutherland were involved in investigating with you.
They would have backed me up.
Okay. And would it be your expectation that they would have had or made notes themselves independent of what you were doing? Or was that a function that the lead investigator took responsibility for?
Well, that would be dependent on what the complaint was.
Okay.
So if this was any type of domestic or anything like that, 2 members would have been dispatched to that. And both of those members are then required to put reports on a file.
Okay.
So in this situation, I'm the lead investigator.
Yes.
I'm going out looking for a speeding vehicle with a gentleman who's driving around in an unruly manner. At that point in time, they're all looking for the same individual, but it's my notes, it's my file. So because I'm the lead investigator, it's my file.
It's your file, so you're primarily responsible for making notes. But what I'm hearing you
Yes.
say is depending on the nature of the call, not just in this instance, but in any instance, the other members that are supporting the lead investigator may or may not make their own notes in these notebooks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we know from the June 10th, 2020 email that a search revealed your notes, of course, but the email from Angela McKay says that Constable McIsaac and Corporal Sutherland had no notes themselves. And I take from that, we don't know if that means they never had any notes or they just weren't able to locate notes. You're not able to offer any insight into that, are you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Notes, as you said earlier, notes are one of the most important things you will have. You take good notes because you need them to write reports. That was your evidence earlier this morning when you were asked about the function of note-taking.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And we know that the report, of course, that you did write was purged in August of 2015. Would you have expected that Constable McIsaac and or Corporal Sutherland would have contributed to that report on PROS in any way, given that they were supporting you at various times in this investigation?
No.
Okay, you would not have expected them to have made any entries into that report?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So your notes were somewhere for 7 years before you found them, and that's what I want to sort of narrow in on now. Constable Maxwell, you were asked to go look for your notes. Where were your notes?
In my house.
Okay, and we talked about the notebooks that you're supplied by the RCMP and you keep them.
Yes.
And you kept your notes.
Yes.
And you keep all of your notebooks at home?
Yes.
Okay. And is
Well,
that
now that I'm retired,
now that you're retired?
yes.
Okay, well, what does that mean? You mean you obviously don't have notes to keep now that you're retired, correct?
No, ma'am. Like, what I'm saying is, a lot of times when you have your notes in your notebooks, your ex-notebooks, you might keep them at the office, keep them locked up somewhere. But now that I'm retired, I took those, everything that I leave the office, my stuff comes with me.
Okay, and that's where I wanted to go with that. When did you retire, Constable Maxwell?
January 2021.
Okay, so you found these notes, though, in June of 2020 when you were still working, correct?
I would have been working in the callback unit if I was working, yes.
Okay, and where did you find your notes?
In my house.
You found them in your house. I heard you say that.
I have all my notebooks
Yes.
together
Yes.
in my house.
Okay. Did you ever keep them in the detachment, locked up?
Yes,
Okay, and when did you move them to your house?
when I retired.
You told me you retired in January of 2021. Is that date correct?
Yes,
Okay, these notes were found by you in June of 2020.
yes. I was working from home, and I've been working from home because of my injuries and whatever. So I went to what they call a callback unit.
Okay.
Now, I used to go to the office until COVID hit. And then after COVID, of course, we worked from home.
Okay.
So basically, my desk and everything around there gets boxed up because there's other members that need to use that location. So I then take my stuff, I would lock it up in my locker. But then at that point in time, I had been off because of injuries and whatever. So my stuff had been boxed up. So then I just took my stuff home.
Okay, so your historical RCMP work notes left the detachment and went to your home
Yes.
when you went in this callback unit?
No, not necessarily then. I don't know when they would have came home, but it would have been like after I was off the road and whatever.
All right. And so if a member had taken notes home, for example, and then passed away, would there be any way for the RCMP to find those notes after the fact if they were looking for them?
Well, it depends. Some members will wrap their notes up and leave them at the office. Some members will take them home and lock them up. It depends on the member.
Okay, and I guess that's where I'm going with this, Constable Maxwell. It seems like there's an ad hoc policy around where RCMP notes are kept, whether they're kept in the detachment, whether they're kept at home. It sounds like it's up to the member to determine what to do with those notes. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware of any direction or policy from the RCMP for members either then in 2013, 2020, or now that gives direction on where notes should be properly retained and preserved?
Oh, God, no.
So to the best of your knowledge, it's still up to the individual member to do with notes, to store them, preserve them where they choose to?
Well,
You're nodding your head yes. Was that a yes?
Well, I'm saying I think that that's how it is, but I get it. It's up to the member whether or not he locks his notes up at home or if he leaves them at the detachment.
Okay. And you said whether he locks them up at home. When your notes were at home with you, were they locked up somewhere? Or were they
I have a room that I put them in and everything in there, like that would have been from stuff that I have from the RCMP would have been locked up.
Okay. All right, I want to move on to the second and final area that I wanted to cover, again with a view to the forward-looking mandate of the Commission and recommendations. You told us about the going, of course, to the perpetrator's cottage in Portapique, and that somebody at OCC likely did the CPIC check for you. I think your evidence was 99% of files. You do a CPIC check.
And PROS.
And a PROS check, thank you. But specifically with respect to CPIC, the purpose of that check, as I understood your evidence, Constable Maxwell, is to capture important, relevant information that's germane to you visiting a subject's residence. Is that fair to say?
No. CPIC is more or less used for court purposes, right? It'll outline what charges a person has been charged with and those type of things, or convicted of. PROS is more important to me, right? Because the PROS checks are going to tell me how many times we've been called to that residence. PROS checks are going to tell me what type of calls we're going to, those type of things.
Okay.
CPIC is, CPIC is, for lack of better words, it's just what you do. It's like, that's what the dispatch does. Okay. They will run it, they will run PROS, they will run checks, and then they will give you the information so that you, when you're heading to a call, you know exactly what to expect.
Okay, Madam Register, if you could pull up Corporal Maxwell's interview, which is... Constable. Sorry, Constable Sorpel, sorry. His mass casualty interview, it's COM 57751. And I'm looking at page 16 of 25 at the top of the page. And the section Constable Maxwell, where you have been asked and you're talking about certain things that OCC will do for you as your responding officer. It's what I'm focusing in on is your mass casualty interview where you say there have been 5 complaints earlier from this address in regards to this, and this. CPIC tells us that Mr. Wortman has this, and this. And again, it's just information for us so that when we attend again, it's about our safety. So that's why, thank you, Madam Register. That's why I had suggested to you that CPIC was helpful for officer safety to make sure that when you attend at a residence, you have information. That's where I'd glean that from. But what I'm hearing you say is that PROS is actually the more relevant thing for officer safety.
Yes, CPIC is going to give me, the only thing CPIC is really going to give me is things like height and weight and those type of things. So I know what size is the individual I'm going to deal with, those type of information. That's the information you're getting from CPIC.
Okay.
PROS is going to tell me more like what type of calls we were there for, why we were at the residence, those type of things.
Okay. And are you familiar, Constable Maxwell, with the Criminal Intelligence Service of Nova Scotia?
No. CSIS?
CSIS, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm going there next is because we know, of course, that CSIS...
Sorry, Ms. Miller. CSIS or...
Well, yes, thank you. I think I'm saying Criminal Intelligence Service in Nova Scotia, CISNS. Is that what you're referencing?
Oh, no, sorry. Yes, I know what CISNS is.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Just so that we're clear. Yes, we're talking about the same thing. CISNS. You're familiar with that service?
Yes, okay. I think.
Okay. And are you aware that CISNS issued an officer safety bulletin with respect to the perpetrator on May 4th, 2011, indicating that the perpetrator had stated he wanted to kill a police officer?
No.
Okay. And the same bulletin ended with use extreme caution when dealing with the perpetrator. Is this the first you're hearing about that bulletin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it strikes me from an officer safety perspective as you're approaching residents that would have been helpful information to have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you weren't aware of that as you approached the perpetrator's cottage 2 years after that bulletin was issued.
Yes.
And I take it from that this bulletin didn't show up in the CPIC check or the PROS checks that would have been done for you on that day.
Yes.
That's correct. They were not done.
I don't remember what I can tell you, ma'am, when you go to somebody's house and if they have something like that, how you would have approached that house or how you would have went to that house would have been completely different.
Okay. If you were aware of that.
Yes.
Yeah, which you were not.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And how would that type of a bulletin, an officer safety bulletin issued by CISNS, how would you have been made aware of that?
I think CISNS bulletins come out. They're sent to you, I believe, in emails, and then you read those emails, and then you go from there.
Right. And if you don't read the email, or if you've forgotten about it because it was 2 years before, you would never have that information from an officer safety perspective.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Constable Maxwell. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill? One more counsel will be asking you some questions. Mr. Maxwell.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Constable Maxwell. My name is Patricia.
Hello.
Hi, we haven't met. I'm Patricia McPhee. I'm Heidi Collicutt's colleague, counsel for the Attorney General of Canada.
Okay. Hello.
And I just have a quick question for you. A couple of times today, you talked about the PROS report that has since been purged regarding this particular complaint that you answered.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just tell us a little bit more about what would be in the PROS report, what information it would contain?
Your PROS report, when you do up your file, you have to type in a beginning, middle, and end at the beginning of your file, because that's for other police agencies that don't have PROS. They're able to access that and then be able to read that file. Within that file, there's going to be a general report. That general report will explain everything that you've done. If there's any other reports from your partners, would be on there. Any advice from your corporals would be on there. Any questions from anybody else, as far as your sergeant or anybody else that reads your files, would be on there. Depending on if the file, what type of file it is, whether or not it's going to court, there would be a lot of other information on there. So I guess
Would that
in that file, whenever you do something, that's where you would report it.
Okay.
So if on the 1st of January, I went to a call, I would have a report. If I went to that call on January 5th, I would have a report. If I went to that call on January 8th, I would have a report, right? So you would put down whatever you did on that file.
Okay, and where would you be when you're filling out your PROS report?
You can be in the police car, but a lot of times you would be in the office typing those reports.
Okay, so you'd be using a computer to type in the information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you be using your notes for the PROS report? Would you be referencing notes in the preparation of your PROS report?
Well, it depends. For me, in this instance, I took my notes from the very first complaint. And if I went out to another call, or if I went out and did another situation, then you would add that into your notes, right? Attended, whatever. And or you could go back and type that into your file. So everything that you would have done would have been on that file. Okay. That makes sense.
No, it does. Thank you very much. That's the end of my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Fitz, do you have any questions for Mr. Maxwell?
Hello, Mr. Maxwell. I'm not sure if you can see us or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long day. I do have a couple of follow-up questions based on some of the questions that Commission Council have asked and Participant Council as well. So if you just bear with me for a few minutes, and they're going to seem out of order because I've been making notes throughout the day.
Okay.
So don't hesitate to ask me to reframe a question if it's confusing. But if I could just start with the last question posed by Patricia McPhee, and this is for my own clarification, and forgive me if you've already explained this. When you get a CAD is made up and you're sent on a call, and you get it on your mobile workstation, and there's some information already populated in the mobile workstation.
Yes, ma'am.
And if it comes in categorized, for example, in this case, as let's say it came in as a driving complaint, but I believe it came in, if you can remind me what it originally came in as.
I believe it was a driving complaint.
Driving complaint or cause disturbance, and I think it was concluded as an assist general public, if my memory serves me. So if in a case like this, you're going on a cause disturbance, you talked to Ms. Forbes, you understood it to be a driving complaint, you checked the area, appeared to be gone on arrival. Is that typically the type of complaint that you would actually have to write out a PROS report? Or can you just conclude that on your CAD without actually doing an occurrence report?
You can. But you would have to be able to put it within the, at the bottom of every PROS file, there's a section where you would write the beginning, middle, and end of a file. And you would write that up so that anybody that reads that file would know what this file is about. And if it is a first instance file where nothing more is going to be investigated, then yes, you could do that. But if you're going to, make reference to anything, you're going to have to explain out your actions And that's what I would do in a general report. So I would sit there, I would fill out that little section, and then you would then go in and fill out your general report so that anything that your corporal reads or has any questions, it would be answered within the body of that report.
So if there's really no investigative steps that were taken when you answered this call, could you, is it possible that that was just concluded at the CAD level and that there was no file whatsoever to be purged? Or was there actually like an occurrence report that was written up, retained, and then purged at the retention date? I'm just not clear on that.
I really can't tell you. That was 9 years ago, ma'am. I know that I went to a call. I know that what my best practice would have been. So that's all I can give you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bryson had asked some questions around your notebook and when you signed off for duty on the 6th of July, 2013. And I appreciate you don't have your notebook with you, but if need be, you could go back and access your notebook to see what your last call of the day was, what time you logged out.
No, ma'am. Logging out would be on the system as far as in OCC. But for me, generally, a lot of times after shift, you're going to be sitting at your desk typing up files. So you could be done your shift at 5, but you might not end up typing your files until 7:30 or something. So I wouldn't say at 7:30 I went home.
Okay. Bear with me for one moment. I noticed in your notebook that it did appear to be the first call of the day, and you had irrelevant information not related to this. The reason I'm asking that is just I'm wondering if you received the call and then went directly to that call, or if you got rerouted. I'm not asking you to answer anything about the nature of the call.
Again, we're going back 9 years. What I would say is my best practices is when you take a call or when OCC calls in a complaint to your dispatch, you take the call. That dispatch gets sent down to you. At that point in time, the first thing that I'm going to do is try to call the complaint to find out what's going on, and then go from there. I would tell you that I responded, but I don't know that for a fact.
Okay, Ms. McPhee.
Thank you. I just want to perhaps offer some assistance with respect to that issue with his notes, because there is information obviously that's redacted and the participants haven't had the benefit to view that, because at the time the notes were prepared, it wasn't deemed relevant what he was doing for the rest of the day. It is an issue that we can address, and maybe we should just take a pause for a minute and see how to deal with it if you have some questions, because maybe Constable Maxwell could view his notes that are unredacted, if that would be helpful, and assist the commissioners in addressing the issue.
Okay, Ms. McPhee, let me try to understand your offer. Thank you. Just we'll break for a little while and allow Mr. Maxwell to look at his unredacted notes.
I think it might be helpful given some of the questions that even Participants Council have raised.
Thank you. 10 minutes. Mr. Maxwell, we're going to break just for 10 minutes, if you don't mind waiting there, or stretch your legs, of course, and we'll be back then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Okay. I think I've got it kind of figured out. I don't know, but I think what would happen there was basically, just my opinion, just take it for whatever it's worth. That the lawyers aren't able to ask other officers these questions, but they did allow it here because what's the harm? You're supporting the narrative that they're trying to push. But what they're doing is a roundabout, trying to get an admission from him that other officers' notes could have been tampered with that night. And so, and it is pretty ingenious if that's what they were doing. I have a feeling that's what they're doing. It's kind of sad. It's at his expense, but that's the only way I can see it. Otherwise, you're arguing for the narrative of, which is completely nonsensical. I see that most of you still believe him. He did seem to me, that's just my opinion, he seems quite honest. He wasn't curt with his answers. Clearly he says he has PTSD. Didn't seem to trigger him, didn't get him upset, didn't get him riled. He elaborated on his answers, which usually is indicative of somebody who's just telling the truth because, you know, I don't have anything to hide. I don't know. And I think you can kind of gauge it by usually what moves that the MCC, as in the commissioners, are doing. Sometimes their questions will betray, because they're clearly in on the agenda. And we'll see what, it's interesting, he takes a break now. So we'll see what the DOJ, Barbie, does. I don't think they were attacking his notes. And I mean, it's a traffic offense. It's not like it would have done anything. The only thing I've ever had a question about in respect to this is that bulletin, which doesn't appear. So Bryson seems fully on board. Well, I mean, obviously, you know, we can't live with our heads up our asses, right? And that lawyers aren't above corruption. I mean, yeah, they're not, or conflict. They're human beings. Everybody is. And who are they going to go after? The first people in the RCMP who are going to try and get them, because they're the ones who can knock holes. I'm not suggesting anybody is. I've thrown some things out there that make me have questions, but yeah, I've raised those before. So horrible body language when it came to pertaining notes to names. I asked officers and they saw no issue with the notes. I don't take it again. Everybody has their own writing style. It's not as though it's a course that they'll understand exactly. Like you can just read through different officers' notes. They write different stuff, right? But I don't think that they can ask other officers these types of questions. So when you get an in, you want to take it. I just don't understand why they're still not publicly stating for the record, like, and asking. I've seen it twice here. I saw it once by Miss Huffman. That was pretty, she was being pretty lightweight about it. The lady for the gun control, the lawyer for the gun control, she was a bit more pointed about it, about why we can't ask questions, why we're limited, round table, you know, certain witnesses aren't even permitted. she did kind of call them out on the carpet, but it would be good if the family's lawyers, not good, it has to be done. It must be done. That it's done openly and in this forum, not out in front of a camera, you know, because that's going to do zero. We need to hear from Fitch, we need to hear from McDonald, and we need to hear from Stanton as to why they are doing this, because they're the ones that are limiting them. And they are. I do understand that they are gagged. So, but that needs to be addressed here. There is only one forum for that here. And those three are the ones that can answer. So I didn't quite understand Josh's, he was pretty upset. I don't know if I'm misreading it, but that's the only way I can come at it, because it makes no sense to, that man obviously could do zero. Really, I mean, if it's a traffic offense, what's he going to do? Wouldn't have done anything. And he did stay, and everything seems to, the rest of it all seems to follow. It's not even the rest of it. It all follows that, yeah, it wasn't a domestic violence. There's so many supportive statements that say that. So, and equally going in her friends look at her and they're like, oh yeah, no, that's just Brenda. We know that. Literally, they say that. That's just Brenda. She just exaggerates. Don't mind her. Brenda's calling witnesses after this happens and saying, you know, oh, by the way, did you know that I saw guns? There were lots of guns. What? And they're like, no, we never heard of that. And they say that in their statements. So, and I still haven't found one person yet who's apologized to her. And they're like said, oh, you know, Brenda contacted me, told me all about this. I remember that. No, zero. So that's kind of where I'm coming at, but I don't know. Let's see what you guys are thinking. Still getting some ones piling in here that you believe him. There were three people who now have doubt. She was calling people once she got out west and grew a tail, to grow the tail. Yeah, well, that's stated, so that's true, I would say. And the source of where it's coming from, right? That's always the good place to look at it. Who's saying it? What would their possible agenda be? I don't think her friends saying that she exaggerates things, they're not going to say that, I don't suspect, because that's going to fry their relationship, which is kind of unfortunate. But you know, if you're going to run around and spread rumors and do other things, then perhaps you need to address something. Just saying. Comes down to this: who is more credible witness, Maxwell or Brenda? That's a good question. Maybe I should have phrased it that way. I'm sorry. Who is more credible? Is it Maxwell or Brenda? I think if they wanted to demonstrate issues with Maxwell specifically, they probably would surface other people. Maybe that's yet to come. We'll see that. I don't know. But I mean, because this argues in favor of exactly what the RCMP want. I just think it was just a real roundabout backdoor way to get what they wanted. I just don't understand possibly Mr. Bryson's anger, but he didn't seem to flinch. He just told the same story. You believe him? Oh, sorry, what's that? You can turn the filed notebooks into the Department for Safekeeping. Oh no. you know what that's about. I've already shown you guys stories where they've literally broken in RCMP member, ex-psychologist, oh no, sorry, not ex-psychologist, ex-member psychologist working for the RCMP. They've literally broken into his house, into his safe room, and stolen his files. You can look back to Dave Moore. Oh my. And all the stuff that they destroyed. This is not, you know, tinfoil stuff. They will do that. So I don't think turning them in is, I'd probably bury them underneath it. Maybe I'd find a tree with a hole in it, you know? You could just put them in there. They'll never be found. I wouldn't trust anything around them. What is it? Sutton said, I wouldn't trust a goldfish with management. Yeah, the Glenassoon case. And that was like really horrible. Dave Moore was broken into his place and office, didn't they say? Yes, Dave Moore's office was certainly broken into. All of his stuff was destroyed. Why? Because he was going to prove there's components to that story that have never been made public at all. And again, I would say, where is that coming from? There's agendas at work. People can see certain newspapers are doing certain things. So certain elements of that story has never been made known. But that one part was for sure. Statements for others read to me that Brenda initiated phone calls and was just planting stories. I haven't come across any statements where people apologized and said Brenda has been right. I haven't either, but if you do, please leave the COM number down below. I'm sure other people will respond with equally with a few COM numbers that may indicate something else. It's not that it's a pissing contest, it's just maybe the totality of the evidence. And what Maxwell did is, or is doing, is not good for one's health. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, he seems to be okay, which is good. Doesn't make sense that he'd be allowed to take them home. Post-retirement or pre-retirement? Have to shorten it. Would be considered government property. I think officers' notebooks are considered their own property. I'll have to, I will find that out. How's that? But I do believe, yes, they're their own property. They keep them for times that future cases that they may be brought out of. Yeah, there's the guy who does the investigative work for the Highway of Tears. Ex-member. He seems like a really good cat on his dime.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Gary believes Mr. Maxwell. It's too bad, you know, and those comments kept coming up. But then again, I think it's a clear demonstration of how much these people are muzzled, but they have to address that one head on. I don't understand. And I've tried to put that bug in certain places that this is not looking good on lawyers if they don't. My friend is retired OPP. He said that they are property of the OPP. Interesting. Okay. I will check and see if that rings true also with the RCMP. Actually, they belong to the employer. Again, I will check. That one I don't believe I've asked. I thought I had, but anyway, it's never really come up before. But he was working from home during COVID, and code of conduct. I didn't get that. Wow, that came out, and that's a pretty serious accusation, right? Almost like he was, but maybe it was a demonstration again of some of the things that other officers have been threatened with. Listen, of course they're getting threatened. Look at them, they're terrified. When are we going to actually see some evidence of DV? Should be a lot of it. The documents is one thing. Personal notebooks is another. That's my understanding, but again, I don't. Files get lost at station. Well, certainly things do get lost there. So, don't know.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Constable Maxwell, I understand over the break you had the opportunity to review your unredacted notes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I'll just ask a question about that. The notes that we've brought up on the screen have a white box over some information. And I'm just going to ask you to confirm that I think the information under that white box that's marked C4, irrelevant information, relates to an investigation of an impaired charge that began at 12:59. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to connect a couple of dots, Commissioners, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up Corporal McKay's notes. And that's on the third page of those notes. At the top, you'll see Commissioners Corporal McKay's notes say, Troy had an impaired at 12:59 or before, went to Wortman'S before impaired, certain. Constable Maxwell, I just want to check that those notes that are there in Corporal McKay, that matches with what's in your notebook with regard to what your activities were at 12:59.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Commissioners, because the only relevant material with regard to this investigation was contained on that one page of Constable Maxwell's notes, that is all that had been provided to the Commission. Now that questions have arisen about the balance of Constable Maxwell's day and specifically about what time his notes might end, I understand that the Attorney General Counsel for the Attorney General has agreed to make inquiries and produce those notes to the Commission, which will then be disclosed to participants.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you. That was all of my questions.
Commissioner?
Thank you.
Commissioner Stan? And all of my questions have been answered as well. So, Mr. Maxwell, it's been a long day for you, and we thank you very much for coming and assisting us with our difficult work. And you're free to sign off, and again, with our thanks.
Well, thank you, sir.
Do you have anything further, Ms. Hill? Okay, thank you. So thanks again to our witness and to Commission and Participant Counsel for your questions, and to Commission Counsel Ms. Akinyemi for sharing today's foundational document. The presentation of that foundational document marks the final one. It's an important milestone in our work. There are now 31 in-depth and comprehensive foundational documents available on the website. They're detailed on the screen. As we've said before, we've developed these foundational documents to help organize a vast amount of material gathered by the Commission through our investigation to date related to the mass casualty. These foundational documents, along with over 2,300 supporting materials, are available on the website to aid in the public's understanding of what happened. A growing number of supplementary reports are also available on our website, focusing on particular questions or events that required further investigation, as are policy booklets and legislative briefs that provide an overview of the relevant policies and laws in place on April 18th and 19th, 2020. The foundational documents represent hundreds and hundreds of hours of work by many people over the last 18 months. Thanks to everyone who's contributed, including Commission team members, witnesses, and participants and their counsel for helping to review and identify material gaps and issues. A reminder that while thorough and substantive, the foundational documents and supporting materials are not intended to be the final word on what happened. If changes are required to the foundational documents, we'll prepare addenda for those documents rather than revising the entire foundational documents themselves. Our findings and recommendations will be included in the Commission's final report, of course. Tomorrow we'll hear a roundtable discussion focused on police and institutional understandings and responses to intimate partner, gender-based, and family violence. Thanks very much, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until July the 20th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
If there's going to be changes, we'll make it in. Ooh, okay. The story still being written to foundational documents. Clearly, they already know that there's going to be some coming. That would be like the watch for coming soon. Make sure you get original copies. Don't delete the original ones. You get the first copy of anything, keep it. You get a second copy somewhere down the line, good. I just happen to keep getting them all. My computer's got a lot of PDFs on it, but as I'm sure many of yours computers do, I have no idea what dear's computer is like. So they're going to keep rewriting. But then you have the old ones to go back to, right? I usually try and just use the original ones. And then Clayfield not even mentioned once. No officers mentioned. I don't think that's what I was typing here because somebody said, let's see, who was that? It was a good point. Notice how they try to get everybody off into the Maxwell thing. Well, the Maxwell thing, I think, is kind of, at least for now, said and done. I think it pretty much sealed up Brenda and the DV part there. That's kind of out. And Brenda and the guns and all that's fairly discredited at this point, I would say. At least her word is, sadly. So, but to raise this, that's why they like the NASCAR, just overload. But a lot of people, I think, their interest is going to be predominantly with the foundational document this morning. Because there's nothing really to look into in terms of Maxwell, I don't think. If they introduce those notes from other officers down the line that were involved in this and that raises questions, well, that'll be then. But for now, it'll be just going through the financials on those papers and seeing what evidence are they surfacing or what are they just saying is, hey, believe us, don't worry about it. How much, and highlighting all the terms that they say, oh, the evidence doesn't exist or it's just destroyed. I think the paper will be pretty yellow. So, no Clayfield. No Lisa. Oh, really? 50,000 for groceries and clothing. Interesting. Over what period of time, may I ask? Don't get traffic complaint driving 3 blind mice looking no protocol DV investigating. The protocols for investigating DV changed subsequently, shortly thereafter, actually, he said, and they had changed before too. So there, it's always a work in progress. But there were some pretty major changes, which is why the notes really rung a bell with some officers. I sent you a Twitter message article that I found. Okay, thank you. I'll the tweeters. Okay. Sandy. Okay, sent a link. Review Mountie notebooks finds missing pages, improper corrections. Great, thank you. All right, let's have a look at this. Oh, sorry. 2014. RCMP officers break rules on note-taking. Internal audit. Auditors take RCMP to task for ignoring notebook rules. Cite retired officers taking material home. Okay, is this their official notebook or is this their personal notebooks? Mounties scribbling or breaking notes, breaking the rules governing the notebooks that they use to scribble information at crime scenes during undercover operations. Or sorry, guess that would whoops. Undercover investigations, according to auditors. Sample 217 RCMP notebooks from across the country found that some were missing pages, improper handwritten corrections, no indication that supervising officers had routinely inspected them as required. Okay, so you're going to send me off into a little bit of a fact-finding thing here. But still, there's no clear policy on whether RCMP officers can take their notebooks home and whether they leave them on the at the force when they retire. A continuing problem with criminal cases in the past. The findings are in an internal audit completed in July, which followed up on reviews. Public Prosecution Service 2005-11 repeatedly cited poor notebook maintenance by various police forces, including Mounties. Thank you, Sandy, for sending this, by the way. I have a tweeters for those of you who don't know. I also think I have an email, NS Investigators. Notebooks did not always have to be the core, have all the core components required by policy, and supervisory review of notebooks was not occurring as required, concludes the audit, which has several sections censored over security concerns. The report recommends RCMP toughen and enforce rules for notebooks, similar recommendations in other reviews. You see, this is what happens. It's just a never-ending circle because they like the built-in, oops, see, we just didn't know. We'll do it. We'll do a recommendation and then we'll never do it. And then you always have the built-in excuse. Missing notes hurt trials. Most significant issue, the quote, most significant issue at this time is the storage and handling of notebooks by members' past employment, said auditors, referring largely to retired officers who keep a lifetime of notebooks in attics and basements. Missing notebooks have Damaged court trials, 2010, for example, retired RCMP officer in Manitoba burnt all of his notebooks. Wow. Covering 32 years of police work, including, usually that's what happens to their uniforms. They burn them, but okay. Maybe he got a little, maybe he was into pyro that day or something. Including notes that may have been relevant to careless driving case. Crown prosecutor dropped the charges on learning that the destroyed material. Gary Clement, retired Mountie, who in 2009 started yes, that's why I'm looking from there. Consulting firm Colburn, Ontario, said members leaving the force routinely kept their notebooks, even though they are technically government property. As a retired member, I can state I retained notebooks, which is the norm until in recent memory, referring to dozens of RCMP notebooks, 73 to 2003. As a result, maintaining control, I was able to produce evidence 1978 as a result of maintaining control. See, because I think, given the two, I don't think either is ideal at all, but given the two, I'm probably going to go with it may be better to have them in control of a member rather than the force, because the force really does, and it's documented, like to destroy anything that goes against them. So perhaps there could be like a third party set up to keep this stuff. I don't know. They have a very poor record of setting up something that's independent. But I was able to produce evidence, 78 cold case, which likely would not have been available had I not maintained custody. Okay, so, he's agreeing. The RCMP is really not a good place to leave these things with, probably. 200-page notebook used by RCMP undercover operations related 2007 gang slaying in Surrey went missing. Is this Bacon's? Went missing for years. Surrey 6? Is that what we're talking? Years are off here. Went missing for years after the officer left the force. It was eventually located ex-wife's home, returned the past year. If that was the only problem, my goodness. Nice job with your members there, by the way. They don't know anything about that. Ronnie doesn't know anything. Robin knows zero. He knows nothing about it. Other cases involve deliberately falsifying notes, such as double homicide investigation 2007, St. Lazare, Manitoba. Forensics constable kept two notebooks on the same incident, one of them smeared with red paint to imitate blood. RCMP officers are generally required to create electronic report 24 hours after jotting down handwritten notes in notebooks. Auditors found instances of electronic version was created 72 hours later, which can create problems in court. How about all those notes that were written later? A lot of those. When they even surface. So many notebooks missing. No handwritten version. In other instances, no handwritten version exists, merely electronic version, which some judges will not allow officers to use to refresh their memories. For testimony, 217 notebooks auditors examined, 16 detachments showed no evidence that a supervisor had regularly inspected them. Ah, good. Yes. Uh-oh. Hello. Hello. How are you? I got a visitor. Can you guys see? Oh, you're such a nicey. Look at you. Crazy. Okay. It's getting big. All right. Regularly inspected, who were interviewed, acknowledged that they did not follow. As manager, I did require notebooks to be reviewed. Sorry, I'll drop the link, and I think O'Dear already dropped the archive version because she's all over that. I did not require notebooks. I did require notebooks to be reviewed. I know that this did not occur throughout the organization. According to many defense lawyers, cases won officers did not know how to articulate evidence, including proper note taking. RCMP Deputy Commissioner Janice Armstrong. Ooh. There's a name. Janice. Janice used to be your crops officer. The writing was on the wall after Moncton. Told the auditors the Mounties will clean up after policies and procedures mid-January through. I think I've touched on Janice before, have I not? Through clear protocols on what to do about notebooks after retirement, post-employment. I believe Sutton may refer to her. Yes, he does. He just refers to her, but not by name. Some policies changes that came about. After retirement and post-employment, we'll have to wait for wider consultation. The audit did not examine notebooks containing confidential police sources, though some court cases have raised the issue of members' notebooks containing such sensitive information. So just given the two, I probably would err with a member. Not that that's saying a lot, but that's for what it's worth. Picture of the officer's notebook. Okay, so I have some notes here. If this thing would stop doing that. All right, so picture of officer's notebook, MCU, taken from officer's GD notebook. I have to dig out mine, but I know that's not a pocket notebook. That's issued to officers. Oh, the big book, the Stanton, the white shirt book. Sorry, not Stanton. McKay notebook. Yeah, they usually have smaller notebooks as members' GD books and the big ones for officers. Not that say Lee puts anything in hers because, well, it's pretty empty. Just hinted at other officers having access to PROS incident files, yet Leaf does not take the opportunity to ask, is it possible for a fellow officer involved with the case to have access and altered the file? Bryson even hinted at Maxwell's partner filing a COC for code of conduct for not investigating Brenda's complaint properly. Who's to say Maxwell's partners didn't have an agenda, purged, altered the case file? Good point. Who provided the lawyers? Who provided the lawyers? Okay, this is a valid question. Did MCC pick them for the families? Did they come out of the woodwork, of their own volition, kind of? All right, okay. Good question. Good question. Okay, just an opinion piece here. what if the cruiser at the warehouse, what if the cruiser was at the warehouse? Is that what you're saying here? Was in the warehouse and the F-150 burned beyond recognition's actually a Taurus? Possible. Okay. Good questions. Now, I think the, for me anyways, is going to be the takeaway is he held up fairly well. And, but, please leave comments below, etc. if you differ with that. And evidence as to why. And is the foundational document, which I think will be extraordinarily weak and have a lot of problems. I was thinking that's a big slap for Nova. Oh no, that's Pepper. He's good like that. Destroying toys right now. He comes over and destroys Nova's toys. It's really nice. Susie Bootland. Interesting resurfacing, eh? Now, nobody seemed to care before. Or, sorry, I shouldn't say nobody. Very few kept bringing it up. I'm like, why don't you guys investigate Susie Bootland? All of a sudden now, oh, well, maybe they'll bring up false testimony in court for warrants. That would be good. Could we do that one? No. Let's see some of your comments here. And then I think that's what's on tap for tomorrow. Let's do a check here, make sure that we're roughly in the same neighborhood for documents. $23.29. I think that's right. It should be 23.28 because there was a couple of new documents added, something taken away. They're doing that garbage again. Oh dear, picked up on that right, Speedy, because, well, hell, some of us definitely aren't. Okay. Good that we have good, we're all in this together. Have they surfaced the financial document? Okay, supplementary financial misdealings. All right, so I'll drop that in here and I'll put it in the notes. It is a 64-page document, relatively small, all being said. Where's Clayfield? Probably not even mentioned. What are you talking about? Susan Bootland died because of the RCMP. Absolutely. Bible Hill on their shoulders. I hope there's a lawsuit pending for that one. Because if you want to take care of women, there's a case in point. So there's just some god-awful ones out there. That poor lady down in Halifax who was raped and, yeah. They didn't even respond. And then when they finally were forced to, they just kept losing evidence. Very atrocious. Tara may have run into somebody involved in that a long time ago. Odd. Most places have off-site storage. We make ideal. Gosh, I don't think I'd trust it under them. Common law, saying leases common law, always filed separately. Got her signature, playing dumb. Signature means you declare tax fraud. Okay, well, that's never know. And that anonymous tip line grew overnight, changed color. Yes, now brindle, RCMP advertised musical ride. Nova Scotia. No one wants to see you on a pony. I like the naming contests too. When they're getting really in the shit, they pull out the naming contests. That's a sad tactic too. RCMP musical ride needs to change from horses to jackasses, donkeys. Sad, you know. Used to be. I like that $50 bill. I still love the old 50. YMCA crowd performing. Susie Bootland. Wow, I can remember how very interesting. Yes, remember they pull over? Yeah, I still have videos of that. I deleted it real time on Facebook. Isn't that interesting? Oh well, it was still in the video back then. I always see CRA $367. I just mentioned Lisa next time. Yeah, you'll just say that you work for the government doing covert ops. No worries, everything's fine. Nobody will look here. I'll just quickly check my email, make sure I don't have anything else coming in. And then we'll check what's on tap for tomorrow. Oh, no emails. Okay. And tomorrow we have... tomorrow. Is it going to be a snoozer that we have to do investigating during? Which is always good anyways. Oh, sounds maybe. Who's doing the show? Who's the host? I don't know. They don't say who's the host anymore. They don't like me making fun of them. I don't know. Okay, so we got round table on IPV, GBV, and family violence, police institutional understanding, and responses to intimate partner violence and family violence. I guess the GBV is getting left out. This one, I don't know, even though it's kind of in there. University, Carmen, Gil, Lori, Patrina, and Nancy. Okay, so all women, of course. Not trying to do the suggestive programming there at all. UNB, Lakehead, UFC, and Dalhousie. Go figure. And then I think the second one is police and institutional understanding and responses to sexual violence, other forms of gender-based violence. So we've got Canadian Elizabeth Fry. Okay, lots of these things are getting awards from that. You know, and this is good, because in the future all these people are going to be absolutely. I think there will be a lot of people who are maybe looking for connections. So it's good to have these people on record. And, you know, just looking a little closer into their lives, what they're doing. Lana McLean, clinical social worker, co-creator of Impact of Race and Cultural Impact Assessment. Let me just hazard to say that that's probably government funded, but I'm just going to have a quick look. You know, it's just these things are kind of supporting impact. Yes, okay, so that's that appears to be government funded. Surprise, surprise. Probably something under LEAF. Right, okay, moving along. Sunny Marnier, Ms. Okay, so we have all women again. Okay, feeling very discriminated against as a man. Improving Institutional Accountability Project. Okay, here's definitely one that's a real toilet for money. Barbara Schleifler Commemorative Clinic. I don't know if they do good work. I certainly know that they do a lot of funding of trips and things. Indigenous Governance, Toronto Metropolitan University. And we also have University of British Columbia. at the Allard School of Law. Yes, okay, Allard. Good. Now, so tomorrow, probably what will happen is, and I'm hoping that some people have days off or whatever, you'd like to divvy up some documents, so maybe Odir and I can put together a list of some documents that would be worthy of going through. One moment, please. And 1 moment, please. Just give me 1 minute, please. We can divvy up some documents and just go through them, because that seemed to work really well. Maybe I'll stick them on mute this time. I didn't have that in the background last time, so you can just kind of see them flap their gums. All right, because yay, Julia's already in. Okay, good stuff. Maybe you guys can, over in the Discord, those of you who are in the Discord can send me a message and we'll work something out. Otherwise, we'll do it tomorrow. Great. Thank you, Invasion. Was it, you know, you kind of powered through a bunch of documents when we do this stuff. So, some love going out to family members in here. Fantastic. All right. Oh, JJ's in again. All documents. Overwhelming to watch. You know, divvy it up, though. Mountain becomes a molehill. All right. God bless you all. Thank you for joining me today. God bless the 23.